Hey y'all, I'm back. Ashira Star Goddess, how are you? I have my name now. So, yay. I'm changing into a bubble. Yeah, there we go. How are y'all this evening? We're going to be discussing how self-love is the key when manifesting. I think a lot of people will benefit from this information because I think many people miss this part when they're manifesting. You can't skip over it. And some people don't really understand what it is. And so I think I'll just go into that this evening. So, self-love is when you put yourself as a priority. And it's also when you feel deserving and connected with source, and that you don't accept other people's opinion of you if you don't agree with them. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of things that people spew at you or tell you you are. Self-love is not believing those things and only believing what you choose to believe about yourself. Okay. And it's also not allowing people to mistreat you or to, it's also allowing yourself to say no when you want to say no. And it's also allowing yourself to take time for yourself and not be always, you know, giving your energy. Okay. So if you're not able to do this, you may lack self-love at this point. And you know, it's not hard to get it back. You just have to reprioritize your life and put you on the top. And that's it. It's pretty simple. You know, the universe is going to respond to your frequency. And if you are manifesting something, but at the same time, you're working towards everyone else's goals or actions or benefit and never really your own, then how are you supposed to create an avenue and for which the manifestation can come through if you're too busy you're too busy creating avenues for other people, making sure they have everything they want and they need and that they're happy and that they think highly of you and that their opinion is important and da 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 da. You're going to be so focused on pleasing a person that you're going to maybe make their frequency go up, but yours won't. And, that's not going to be helpful when manifesting. So make sure you're not doing that. And, when you're really trying to manifest something very important, make sure you're in a state of self-love and not, being drained. Yes. Yeah. If we think about it, Kristen says that she didn't realize how much we were working towards other people's goals and not hers. You was bitter, right? It will make you bitter because, deep down inside, that you're putting yourself on hold. And when you put yourself on hold and you put other people first, then you feel yourself getting further and further behind. And it builds up anger and bitterness and anxiety. A lot of people have anxiety because they're not focusing on themselves and they're focusing on everything else. And that's, making their future uncertain, and their manifestations uncertain. So their body is giving them some type of sign to, plan something for yourself, focus on yourself. Okay. If we care so much about what other people think, and we can't just, care about how we feel about ourselves, then it's not going to work It's not going to work out in the long run, because eventually, let's say you get your manifestation and all of a sudden someone has a problem with what you manifested. Well, if you're a people pleaser and you don't focus on yourself as a priority, well, you're going to lose it. You're going to lose it. You know, many people have manifested something that they've been trying to manifest, but due to a lack of self-love and being a people pleaser, they lose it. And so if you want to keep something and maintain it and also attract something, then you got to love yourself and put yourself as a priority. Loving yourself is not what it sounds like. It's just putting yourself first. That's it. And not caring what other people think of you. You said, let me see something. Blessed in Life says, darkness, when someone calls you selfish, just say, you are entitled to your opinion. Guys, you have to talk up, you know. A lot of, and that I'm glad you brought that up. And a lot of people don't talk up for themselves. They don't speak up for themselves. They don't say anything. And they allow people just to talk, never saying anything back. Or if they try to say something back, it's not as strong as what the person told them. So I think it's very important to learn how to speak up for yourself, because if you don't, they'll continue to try to push you back down to the place where they want you. And you can't manifest from that place. Okay? It's too hard. I mean, you can, but will you stay on a high enough frequency in order to bring it in? If they're always, you know, talking down, belittling you, making you feel worthless, blah, 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 blah. Then you'll start to feel like, I don't deserve what I manifested because this person said that I don't. This person says that I'm this, and this person says that I'm that. Maybe I am. You know, then the self-doubt starts to kick in, and it's not even self-doubt. It's someone else's words. Okay? So make sure you're not using someone else's words as the voice in your head. Use your own words. What should we say in response to people that insult us? Whatever comes to your mind that you want to tell them. I mean, I found that the best way to do this is to analyze them right back. You know, if they insult you, then you can say, well, I can see why you would choose me to insult. You only focus on people that are not on your own level. So, you know, people at the top don't reach down to insult other people, but people at the bottom will throw shade and hate and try to insult people that are above them. So thank you for the compliment. I'm above you. You know, take the high road literally. Okay. I just don't accept it. I was like, well, whatever you say. As long as if that helps you sleep at night, baby, go ahead. Think what you want. That's what I would say. Like, whatever helps you sleep at night and keep a smile on your face. Whatever you have to tell yourself to fall asleep at night, you know, it's fine with me. I don't care. That's what I tell people, whatever. That is just as simple as that. Well, whatever helps you sleep at night. Be sarcastic. Sarcasm is one of the best ways to come back with an insult that's not really an insult. And you don't have to be witty. You just say, well, whatever helps you sleep at night. So you can use that one pretty much with anything. And they'll be like, they won't have anything to say. I mean, what can you say about it? Not much. Okay. Hi, Shira. I'm happy at first time in a couple of months. Wow. Good for you. I have had artist block and asked for creativity to flow again, and it did. That's wonderful. I'm happy that it came back or came flowing in for you. So, right. What? You said someone's insulting. Mhm. Well, I mean, if you understand how the mind works, insults aren't even real. Thank you, DJ Sprinkle Sprinkle. Insults aren't even real if you know how the mind works or, the psychology. Because think about this. Why do people insult people in the first place? Why do people talk down to other people in the first place? What is it about that person that urged another person to sit down, roll their eyes in the back of their head, think of an insult to aim towards another person who's not doing anything to take anything away from that other person, unless it's mentally, and then say a comment or an insult? It took a lot of thought, effort, and initiative to insult a person. So there's something there. Is either jealousy, envy, anger towards themselves for not being able to do certain things, and they're just, instead of taking full responsibility, they just take it out on another person. So that's what I see. And so I never see insults or haters. All I see is people that try to come for you because they feel out of control. They don't feel in control of themselves. And so in order to get their power back or sense of control back, they have to attack or let you know that they can affect you. And I think when they can affect you, it's like when you react and things like that, you can talk about it, you can write about it, you can just blow it off. But if the reaction that they are trying to get out of you, is what they're after, then you can't give that to them. You just have to be like, oh, whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. Or something, sarcastic, not the reaction that they were expecting. And then they'll feel even dumber, So that's why you got to make sure that you don't let it affect you. Being online, working with certain people, you get a lot of haters and a lot of, people coming out of the woodwork for strange reasons. I have no idea. But I feel that in a good way, it kind of lets you know who's who and reveal who's where and who's who. And it's very interesting is how things will reveal themselves to you. And all you have to do is just sit back and let that happen. So just look at it that way. Okay. And love yourself no matter who's saying what or who's, doing what. Put yourself as a priority. That way, their opinion comes last. Okay. You had a good childhood. You were spoiled. That's wonderful. Right. So if you're in a situation like that, it could be at home, at work, with friendships. Make sure you're trying to switch that around and putting yourself first. And when I was younger, there were always people that think or thought they could take advantage of me by asking me to do things and just like, could you, very inconsiderate. And I had to start saying no, even though, I was close, friendship wise, I had to start saying no. And as soon as I started saying no, attitude, anger, issues. So then you start to reevaluate your friendships. Like, why do you really want me as a friend or whatever to do these things for you? So that's how you know what you mean to other people as well. By being able to say no. If you say no and they, kind of write you off or get mad about it or, get really upset, you know that's not true friendship. So you can easily get rid of people like that out of your life. And then, you know, you become a priority to yourself. You become able to speak up for yourself. You don't have to worry about, oh, I don't want to answer this call because I know what they're going to say, or I know what they're going to ask, and I just can't say no. I just started saying, nope. Well, why not? Because I'm tired. I'm sleepy. Don't feel like it. The bolder your answers get, the madder they get. Maybe tomorrow, but I don't need it tomorrow. Well, I gotta go. Bye. You know, so even it could be family members. Family members can take advantage of you, and then they'll try to guilt you. Well, we're family. Okay, well, then you'll understand. Click. Right? So, yeah, once you stop people pleasing, your life definitely gets better. Oh, thank you, Aisha. You said your gold elixir, the phase 1 is working very well already. Oh, that's good to hear. Sprinkle. Okay. You see, family is the worst. Okay, so when you're manifesting, let's say you're in one of those environments where those people are negative or insulting, and you're sitting there, you know, how do I manifest in a negative environment? Well, maybe go outside and do it. You know, go outside in the backyard or in the front. Go for a walk while you do it, or something like that. Get out of that frequency, because if you're surrounded by negativity, that's a frequency, and you need to get outside. At least if you can't move or anything like that, go for a walk. And every time you want to manifest or do something like that, go outside, go for a walk, go to the park, or whatever you got to do. That's all you got to do. However, everyone has different ways of manifesting. But as long as you have high frequency and self-love, and, you know who you are and your potential and your gifts and things like that, manifesting should be no issue. Okay, and manifesting should be no issue, because you won't have any negative thoughts to get in the way. You won't have any self-doubt, and you won't be around people telling you it's never going to happen, and then, and you believe them. So you won't believe them, and so your manifesting is stronger, because you're stronger and you love yourself, and you don't put other people's opinions over yourself and your intuition and your own self-love. So if you're going to manifest and wield and command the universe to, materialize what it is that you're manifesting, then you should have that same type of power when it comes to people, when it comes to protecting your frequency, when it comes to making sure that no one is, insulting you and making you feel some type of way. You need to have that type of power and wield it in the real world as well over yourself. Because I know a lot of people, they allow other people to do things, talk to them any kind of way. And you really don't understand that every time someone does that and you allow it and let them think it's okay, it lowers you and lowers you and lowers you until you feel like exactly what that they were saying you were. Okay, so we can't let people do that. We got to manifest what we want. You said you can't pick family, but you can pick how much time and energy you give them. That's right. Thank you for helping me on my spiritual path. You're welcome. Don't waste your energy on fake, phony people. Okay. Journaling is brilliant. Yes. Definitely. Okay. Wonderful. So I'm glad to see a lot of people are doing what's best for them. You manifested everything in your mind. That is wonderful. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Like when there's nothing in your way, it comes so quick, so fast, so unbelievable, so abundant, so unbelievable, like more than what you even manifested. It's like, I was not expecting all this, but thank you. You said I sold my soul to the devil, but I did. For how much, girl? Are you a boy? I sold my soul. If I sold my soul to the devil, do you think I would have manifested this? I'm gonna manifest me a giant castle and like I would be at Neverland Ranch right now if I sold my soul to the devil. Okay. What is your soul worth? A house in suburbia? Yes, that's it. A YouTube channel? That's it too. What else you got? Mm-hmm. Yep, this is all I'm worth, darling. A mess. Yeah, I'd at least try to be a billionaire. Come on, if I'm gonna steal my soul, like how much my soul worth? I know it's worth a good billion, so I need to have that. Otherwise, no deal. So yeah, sorry. But thank you for the compliment. That means I must have done a lot of things that you thought were very magical. Mm-hmm. You said right. Ooh. Yeah, I don't even have a private jet. Shoot, what did I get? I got a bad deal then, didn't I? I better make another deal with somebody then. Shoot. Oh, Elizabeth John. A mess. A mess. I got cash back is what I did, baby. I was at the grocery store and they asked me if I wanted cash back and I said, okay. From my own account. Okay, so hi, sure, love you. I finished the elixirs. Is it okay to just do it again? I will wait like maybe a month to see how you feel. And then if you want to start again, like let your body see what the alchemy has created. And then when you feel like you want to start again, or you just get the gold, silver, and platinum, that should keep you kind of going, instead of going through the phases again. And then I would do, something like that and then go through the phases maybe in a month or two. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Appreciate that. I'm gonna put this one back up because this one is funny. Right, Elizabeth? I just got some cash back. So how you see, I think most people don't realize that it's not that hard if you get up every day and be consistent in what you do. Most people don't see that. They don't see that you get up every day and are consistent in what you do every day for years and years and years. And all of a sudden, one day they see something that has the result of all of your consistency. And then they want to scream, oh, you sold your soul to the devil. No, but thanks. So it's called consistency. Right. Try it. All right. Now that that's taken care of. We can move on. Right. You said manifesting is evil. You literally cannot turn off manifesting. Your belief assumptions. Oh, manifesting isn't evil. Okay. You literally turn off. You literally cannot turn off manifesting. That's true. Your beliefs, assumptions, and thoughts create how is it evil? Right. That's because they don't know. They really don't know. They don't know the science behind manifesting. They just know somebody told them, baby. That's all. And that's not knowledge either. What somebody told them. Mm-hmm. You know, they're just repeating somebody. Right. So, who knows? As long as they can sleep well at night, that is all that matters, right? And you know, it's funny because like people are not on Christians' channels or whoever religious channels telling them to come do magic or come do manifesting. They're not doing that. Mm-hmm. Because they're happy over here. They're not seeking anything, you know, because they found what they're looking for, baby. Because it's working. And because they don't need to go and bother people on, you know, religious videos. They don't care. They're happy. They're living life. So that's how y'all should be if it's all what y'all say it is. Y'all should be living life. Right? We're not over there trying to get y'all to convert to whatever. We over here just living our best lives. And y'all coming over here seeing us living our best lives and trying to be like, you need to repent to the Lord. Okay, let me go in the mirror. I repent. All right, I'm back. So, yeah, prayer is manifesting. Got your tickets for Billy Carson's workshop? Good. I'm gonna be there too, or I'm gonna be there because I'm trying to manifest some more stuff. Okay, and I need some new techniques. And if he has some things that I have not tried before, I mean, I'm only trying to get better. I'm not trying to stay the same. I'm trying to all constantly improve. Because why not when you can? You know, if there's something that he knows that I don't know, I'm going to learn it. Because obviously he knows something I don't. Shoot. Okay. He ain't, you know, I want to know too. Look, I'm trying to get some more money too. He says, I'm broke. Can someone mirror the workshop? Or are you broke? Well, you know, maybe someone might. They might. I don't know. Depends on how nice you are to them, maybe. You never know. Kindness is everywhere. Okay. I'm trying to help y'all get paid for real. You know, so people always ask me, what inspired you? Da, 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 da. You know, if you invest in yourself, you can't go wrong, period. It's not a waste of money for anything, whether it be, something for your skin, something for your body, some supplements, some knowledge, a book, whatever. You can't go wrong investing in self. You just can't. So this is why I'm going to invest in myself, because I'm trying to go to the next level. Like literally, I'm trying to get to that next level. And when opportunities present themselves, I think in a way that we never expected them to, I think we should listen, and we should, try to get on that path and see if that opportunity is, very beneficial. And usually it is. Okay. That's how easy it is. You just have to be able to hop on and go. I've never seen, like, I don't know if there's anybody in the comments who is like extremely wealthy or just, wealthy, but I know that once someone gets, at a certain amount of income, it just starts pouring in faster and faster. Like you can't stop getting paid. That's wealth. You can't stop yourself from getting paid. You could be like laying in the bed for 2 weeks and money's still coming in. That's the level I'm trying to get to. It's like, and that's the level that many people can get to. Okay. So I'm trying to get to that level. But, at the same time, I'm still going to be a person, because I have more free time. I'm still going to be a person that's going to help other people. It's not going to change who I am. I don't care about, whatever. After a few weeks, a car is a car. After a few weeks, a purse is a purse. So, that's not important to me. I seek higher knowledge. I like to gain more insight, and I like my consciousness to expand so I can see more. But it's also, the more your consciousness expands, the less you can relate to people who are closed-minded. And you naturally have to separate yourself from them and level up to a higher, echelon of, like-minded thinkers. So you may have to leave behind a few people that, you're unable to mesh with anymore. So thank you, sophisticated chanting artistry. Girl, I started an art business because of you. I'm trying to get to the level 2. I made $3K in less than girl, go ahead. Sprinkle. And just started 2 months ago. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's all you have to do. She did that. Everything is possible. You just have to do it in order to get the results. You can't get the results if you never do it, right? I ain't nothing to it but to do it. Are you going to the workshop? Probably can turn that 3K into 10 if you come. Yeah, it's true. Someone will drag you backwards or sabotage what you're doing. That's so true. How much money do you make a month? A lot. Enough. I can say a lot because I've been doing this for so long. And I have several streams of income, not just one stream. I have several streams. So when you have several, it's always going to be a lot. Right. Money keeps coming in for you too? Okay. Because you want to make as much as me. Well, you better get several streams, baby. Every couple of months, I try to manifest another stream of income. In addition, whether it's permanent, seasonal, or temporary, I just still want something coming in all the time. You know what I mean? So when I say, manifest another stream of income, that doesn't mean it's every day or every month. It could be like for 1 week, and then I'll manifest something else, and then something else will come. So that one will leave and another one will replace it. But as long as you have steady income streaming in from different sources, that's the key, especially if you're trying to, build your accounts or whatever. Sure, what type of vinyl player do you use, darling? On what website? I got that at Books A Million, and I think it's I can't remember the name of it. I don't know. They sell it at Books A Million though, online. And they sell them everywhere. I know they have them on Amazon as well. Thank you, sprinkle, sprinkle. So let's see. The examples of income. I'm going to manifest getting thousands from selling my used stocks. Okay. Oh, used socks. Okay. Well, go ahead, girl. You see, when you manifest, like, this is what I know on my own, but I'm hoping to learn much more in the workshop. When I manifest another stream of income, I manifest a stream of income. That means an idea has to come, or an opportunity. So what I'm really manifesting is opportunities or ideas or people that bring opportunity. And when you manifest another stream of income, that's kind of like all inclusive in those things. It's going to come through whatever avenues that you have available to you. So if you have people available to you, it may come through there. If you have ideas, or you can sit and think for a while and brainstorm, it may come through there. If it comes through opportunities, just falling in your lap, then there it is. But it's not a physical thing that you're manifesting. It's just a way for the stream to come in. Whatever it is, you can't really be like, well, I don't want to do that, but that's what you manifested, a stream of income. Well, I guess, you can't be like manifesting something and then when the opportunity comes to you and you like, no, never mind, I don't want that. You can't keep confusing and sending your manifestation back. Okay. You're not even an artist at all, and you just watch my videos and see, just all you needed was just the tools, the ideas. That's what I'm going to try to go get. And by this time next year, y'all, we don't know. I mean, I'm trying to get there. Okay. So I think a lot of people are right about, needing to manifest certain things at this time, because the energy is very powerful right now. And that's why also, if you come together, I mean, y'all were watching the Kanye Sunday services like all through this year and last year and the year before, I don't know. The reason why he had so many people in that choir and that he would travel with this group is because it would raise the frequency and the energy around him. So when he manifested and when he could get ideas, he could manifest stronger and get his manifestations out to the universe, surrounding himself with, especially a choir, a musical choir of, like-minded people. That's how you raise your frequency. That's how you get your manifestations up. So that's why that, this virtual workshop, even in the virtual world, reading positive comments at the same time with other people and doing the same thing and focusing on the same thing is definitely going to raise your frequency and help your manifestations come to you faster. And thank you, Johnny. And like, if y'all really want to go and you're changing your mind about it, the link is in the description bar. And, you know, if y'all want to join, there may be an opportunity to cam up towards one part of the, you don't have to though, it's totally optional, at one part of the workshop. If you want to, it's very optional. I know he has a lot of celebrities that follow him and that are attending the workshop, and his, you know, his streaming network, as well as Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Prime, will also have the workshop that people can buy. So there's a chance you could be featured on TV if you cam up, right? Which is kind of cool. You can get, you know, you have access to that link forever, so you can watch it anytime, over and over. It's also cheaper to buy the ticket now before it goes up after the event to purchase, you know, the link. But okay, celebrities, y'all go see. We'll go. I saw a lot of celebrities in the comments and on a lot of his posts on Instagram, and he said that many of them signed up and will be also attending the workshop. So if, you know, celebrities, high-level celebrities are attending and, you know, doing this, you know, because they have to do this for their career and, you know, all this kind of stuff. They understand how this works. And this is, you know, this is their whole, you know, type of spirituality anyway. So if they see that it's something that's worth investing in, I definitely, I'm going to be there. And yep, I'm gonna be cammed up too. Eventually, like when they let the cams on, I'll be like, "Hi, I'm here. Thank you." I'm so honored, and I'm graced with such beauty and knowledge. Oh, thank you. You know, then I know, then they know. People don't realize how much energy and work you consistently put into your streams. Grateful. Oh, thank you, Butterfly. Orchid Star, appreciate you. You see IG models attend, they sure do. There's famous ladies there, IG models. I saw India Irie in some of his comments a couple of times. I know Busta Rhymes follows him. I know Chris Brown follows him. I see a lot of people in there. So it would be, I think it would be cool. Mm-hmm. Do. You say you am a money magnet. That's right. All right. Get them likes up. Thank you. I appreciate that. You got your ticket? You got your ticket early, or you just got it? It's this Saturday, by the way. Hi, Share. I invested in myself by buying both your books, I Bring to the Table, and Wisdom Share. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How to attract money by doing nothing. Sugar daddy, baby. She had changed my entire world. Thank you, girl. You asked. Don't make me get into my other mood, my joking mood on here. Don't have me start cracking jokes on here. I'm trying to be serious. This is my serious spiritual channel, and y'all keep making me crack jokes. Okay. Hit the like button. Uh-oh, I know I forgot to do something. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I'm still here, but I have to do something on another screen real quick. So if you guys have a journal, I have a manifestation journal, and it's pretty much full, and all my manifestations, I would say 99% of them are complete. Now I have to start a new one, because that's how this works. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's, if you think about it too long, you're going to be amazed, but at the same time you're going to be like, wow, this really works. And I'm like, if you think about it too much, it's humbling, and yeah, it's very humbling, and you don't want to think about it too much as if, it's not real, because then it may undo itself. So I don't focus on how unreal it is. I just like, oh, look what I did, and then I just move on. So I don't stay and like try to, oh my gosh, look what I did. I'll say, oh yeah, I manifested that, and on to the next. Because I think a lot of people are kind of afraid of their own power, and if they sit there and think too much about it, it's scary, because with that type of power, you can do so many things. That's why we need to have goals and structure to, use that power. And people that understand that power and have that power, and teaching other people how to get it, use it, maintain it, and, stay sane and humble with it. I think that's very much needed, because you know those people that win the lottery too quick, they get money too quick and they go crazy, they have a drug problem, they spend it all, and then they're broke like in 4 years. And so it's the same thing with manifesting. You got to learn how to maintain what you've manifested, mentally, spiritually, physically. Thank you, Artist Gemini. You've made me level up so much this year, Shira. Thank you for your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you, Artist Gemini. I try, sprinkle. So you was afraid of your own power, but now I'm ready to step into and take over the world. Well, go for it. Definitely. It's time. And this is the best time to do it too, because the frequency is so high. Don't wait. It might not be this high for a while. So you better get it. All right. Why are you afraid of your own power? She says she's afraid of her own power, but she's trying to change that mindset. You know how I got out of the way of being afraid of my own power? I just manifested something very powerful. Then I wasn't afraid anymore. Thoughts on reading? Thank you, Sprinkle. I appreciate that. Manifest something unbelievable and see your true power, and then see how you act when you get it. It's not like you think it's going to be, because it's not going to happen overnight. You're going to be able to adjust to it. Right. So, and you're also going to be more mindful of what you say and what you think. So it's going to balance you out. It's going to make you more conscious of what you speak and what you think. So it's going to help you master yourself. You know how a lot of people are not in control of their emotions. Like, when I used to do spell work for people. Yes, I rolled my eyes. People aren't not in control of their emotions most of the time. And this is what they would, rush to try to get someone to do for them or do for themselves. And then the next day, can you stop it? They don't understand the power, and they think it's a game. And I feel that most people need to get out of their own way. You need to get out your own way and just think instead of react. So balancing your emotions also come with gaining power. Have you ever noticed that the more power and money and wealth someone gains, the more balanced they are, the more They react less to certain things. They're less emotional. They're not crying all the time and throwing stuff and throwing fits, and unless they're on drugs or something. But they're more calm. And that's because they know that with that power comes wisdom as well. So, unless they got a drug problem or a drinking problem, but I'm talking about the normal people that don't have any of those issues. They're more calm and self-assured, grounded. Exactly. So I think if you need help being grounded and accepting your own power, manifestation is the perfect tool to do that with, and focus on that. Like when I manifest now, I have no doubts. Zero doubts anymore. Like, it's going to happen. It might not happen tomorrow, but it's going to happen, period. And that's just my mental attitude towards it. And when you think like that, you just programmed yourself to make it happen subconsciously. So no matter what you do, it's going to happen because you programmed yourself in your DNA. And that's what this workshop is going to teach. How to do it, exercises you can do, things you can tell yourself. I don't know. There's so many different techniques. If you want your manifestations to be almost like definitely going to happen, then you got to learn how to do this without doubt. I have no doubts because I've seen my manifestations come true because I started off small, and if you want to build your belief in what you're manifesting, start off small. And as it grows, so does your confidence and your ability to manifest. And then your doubt leaves. So it just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing and growing until you have zero doubts. And at that point, you're basically willing it to happen and waiting on it at that point. So and you got to feel like you deserve it too, that's where the self-love comes in. Some people walk around feeling like they don't deserve it. You do deserve it. Why don't you deserve it? If you are so upset about all the politicians and, bad people in the world who have this money, do they deserve that money? If they have it and you want it, why do you feel like you don't deserve it? Do they deserve it? Do you think highly of those people? You think higher of those people than you do yourself? That's where the self-love comes in. Y'all laugh at Kanye, but he was onto something. Now he's a billionaire. Okay, he wasn't crazy. He was manifesting. He was like comparing himself to the greatest of all time. In the industries, different industries, he put himself right there with them. He wanted to be a billionaire. And there he goes. He got it. People laughed. He didn't care. He just kept going with them jogging suits on every Sunday, putting them crazy albums out, dyeing his hair every different color, and bam, billionaire. Sorry. Okay. I know they speak in code because I was decoding everything he was saying. Kanye, of course. I know. That's why you have to, like, he gives really good advice. Kanye gives good advice, and he's He probably has a lot of methods of manifesting. You know, the normal everyday people need to get this knowledge, need to get that knowledge as well, and understand how to use it so that they can bring themselves to a higher level. I think in the future is going to be, you know, we all have to sustain ourselves some way, somehow. Like, I think in the future, it's going to be basically the same way that you are expected to have a job, a home, and a car. That expectation is going to be for you to have a business and several streams of income. That's the future. And so I think that's what we need to be headed towards anyway. Thank you, Sprinkle Sprinkle. Appreciate that. The American dream. Remember the American dream? A car, a house, I don't know, a family or whatever. Now it's going to be a business, you know, several streams of income, you know, peace, spiritual peace. You just saw on social media, Kim and Kanye are getting divorced. They always getting divorced. Don't you know that's code by now? Mm-hmm. Go look up the etymology of the word. All right. And cryptocurrency, true. Stock market, cryptocurrency, everything's digital. All stuff's going to be online. So let's look at the etymology. I still have battery in my phone. I'm going to look it up. Divortium. Divort. D. Apart. Vortium. Means to turn to different ways. Turn two different ways. Reminds me of that. Turned two different ways. Turned aside. Mm-hmm. So it just means two turned, baby girl. You know me. Two turned. So, you know, their kids are two turned. Get it? Oh. So they're always getting divorced, darling. Always. Because they both are different. They turned. Their frequencies are different. So they're two turned. Turned two ways, baby. I told you half the stuff that y'all be thinking is real is just code. That's why I turn off the news, because these people are crazy. Yep. I don't know who's that Alan Waters person or Alan Watts. Who's that? Okay. Y'all know I'm not good with names. Yeah, two races. There you go. To the left, to the right. Exactly. Either way, they about to slide. Okay. Yeah, all that stuff is code. Come on. Stop taking it literally. If you keep taking it literally, you're going to be sad, because they've been getting divorced for years. Since they married, they've been getting divorced. Anyway. You would like to purchase the seminar, but I'm curious as to what makes it different from all the other manifestations. I think what makes a difference, they're going to be like demonstrations, exercises. You'll be able to cam up and at some point in there ask questions toward the end. You'll be in a group of like-minded people plus some celebrities. So that's an added bonus. You may or may not know. They may have an alias name. They may come on with their real name. I think it's just cool. I've never done one before, honestly. This will be my first one. So I'm looking forward to it. what I really want to see is what I'm missing, what I don't have, new techniques, different ways to think, loopholes. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Because you can always learn from something, you can learn from someone, always. And I know I don't know everything about manifesting, and I want to know more. So that's why I'm going. I don't know what, I can't tell you because I've never been to one at all, period. This will be my first one. So somebody tell her why divorce means cold. It's cold. Okay. I practice mindfulness all the time. Every time I make a decision, every time I speak. Yes. You're a hypnotherapist. Okay, that's cool. Oops, that's the old one. I'm looking for these. Okay, these loopholes. Ooh, loopy. Let's see. Is it good to drink or smoke around this time? I don't think it's good to drink or smoke around any time, baby. Okay. Who are you? Let me tell y'all something. What y'all do to y'all's body, oh, y'all gonna pay for it when you get old. Okay? Stop. Your body is a temple. You know how they say that? Your body is a temple. Self-love. Take care of your body. So when you get old, you have, a body that you can use. For real. Let's see. Carson will teach the science behind the power to manifest and how to access it. That's so true, Elizabeth. And if you know the science, thank you, girl. If you know the science behind something, your mind can, understand it better. And so there's less doubt. Because the more knowledge you have about something, the less you fear it, the less doubt you have about something, because you understand the actual science. And so that alleviates a lot of the questions that may remain. Well, how does it get here? And what exactly is manifesting? And how do I know it's going to work? And can you give me some examples? And, he's going to talk all about that because that's what he does. And when you understand it and you hear examples and you see the results from, the studies or the history that, he's probably going to talk about, then in your mind, you're going to be like, oh, okay. And when you start to go and manifest something, you'll be like, oh, okay, you'll feel the same way, which is a higher frequency and a more sense, a better sense of, oh, this is coming to me rather than doubt. So very important to get the science, people's manifestations, people's magic works better when they have the science behind it, because it's like confirmation. When you have confirmation of something, you're more confident with it. Right. You're so silly. That's wonderful. You said if smoking and drinking is an issue, you might want to talk to someone professional, right? I think most people indulge in smoking and drinking to escape the reality that they don't want to live in. And so why don't you just make this reality somewhere that you want to be? I definitely understand why some people would smoke and drink a lot to escape this life that they're not happy in, or to get high or to feel a high. That's just raising your frequency. If you do that, you won't need to do those things. And if you get the stuff you want by manifesting, You won't need to do those things, you know. And I feel most people don't realize that, and they keep the bad habits, which keep them from vibrating high, which keep them from manifesting properly, which keeps them from not getting what they really want, which keeps them in a cycle. You keep going in a cycle. Drink, you smoke, you get high, you can't wake up, you can't manifest, you feel bad, you're hungover, your frequency's low, you're dehydrated. You know, you manifested something, it didn't come through because you're on a low frequency. You get drunk, you get high, you're happy, then you come down, you're sad. You can't manifest when you're sad and low, so you get high again and you try to do this. It's a vicious cycle. Why don't you just get the tools that you need so you won't have to do those things anymore? You know, and then when you get to where you want, if you want to use those things in moderation and enjoy them like they're supposed to be enjoyed or used medicinally, then you won't have the need to abuse them. You see? And your body will thank you when you get old. Nope. Believe me. Y'all don't realize this because y'all don't do, I mean, nurses probably do. If there's any nurses in here, y'all see those people in the hospital at a certain age, they come in there and they got all them problems because they done drank and smoked and drank and smoked and smoked and drank and did drugs. And now they just thinking life has begun and it's about to be gone. Right? Mm-hmm. What about bad eating habits, especially emotional eating? Stop doing it. You know, replace that eating with something else when you become emotional, like a hobby or something like that, like drawing or writing or you know, jumping jacks. I don't know, something. Replace the eating with something else. That's all you have to do. Because the thing you're just trying to fill a void. Fill a void with something else. Drink some water. Listen to your favorite song. You know, fill a void with something else. Go window shopping. You don't have to buy nothing. Go online and window shop. You don't have to buy anything. It's filling a void. That's all you're doing. You're filling a void. And the difference between filling a void with food and filling a void with window shopping or exercise is that you're not damaging yourself. So fill it with something else, like that will keep you very busy. She said create outfits on Pinterest. Exactly. That's what I do. I have a bunch of boards, Pinterest boards. I use it like a you know, manifestation board on Pinterest. I create outfits of the stuff that's already in my closet on Pinterest. I read books. Like I read books. Read a book. Emotional read. Emotional read. I'm getting ready to learn how to get over this emotional pain. You know, bust out your book. Then, like all of a sudden, you'll start to calm down, and you know you're receiving knowledge, and so that's filling a void. You're learning something. Learning is filling a void. Thank you, Dakota. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you. Most people are selfish with true knowledge. Aw, sprinkle, sprinkle. Well, I try to help. Okay, so fill yourself with knowledge instead of food. Then you'll become a nerd and you'll be smart and cute. You'll be like me. Just anyway. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Even an audiobook, if you don't get the physical copy, get your audiobook on. Okay? Eat that knowledge up. Don't eat that food up, baby. I should smoke a joint on the beach for what? I don't know. I don't really like the feeling. I like to just be normal because I'm naturally high. I'm naturally high. I'm always laughing. I'm always happy. Or no, I wouldn't say happy. I'm always just calm and at peace and blissful. I'm not on, high or low. So that's like the perfect mellow. That's me. I'm the perfect mellow. And I don't want to alter that. Mhm. So, I can't see a sheer smoking a joint on the beach. Right. That ain't me. um, I got too much plans. I got too many plans in a day to be doing that. Like it would it would mess me up. Like, wait, I can't do this, I can't do that. I can't do it. You like being in control, yeah. Oh, let's see. Here's a good question. How do we keep focus on ourselves instead of envying others that did us wrong? Keep checking what they do. It feels so low to keep and keeps me from doing my own thing. First, you have to rise above them. The best revenge is going way past them, so that they can be checking for you. Like Beyonce said, best revenge is your paper. Focus on how you can, rise up higher than them or whoever the person is, and they'll be checking your page. Put that energy into yourself. Okay. Instead of going and checking on people's page, you could be posting links to get some business in one of your online businesses that you need to go start. Okay. You could be, instead of clicking on him and her or whoever it is that did you wrong, you could be clicking on some money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What you doing clicking for free? Don't click for free. Get your money. Okay. You could have had a whole business by now, but the time you spent on somebody's page lurking, you could have been paid. Okay. No. Um, let's see. Shira is one of the only grounded spiritual teachers anywhere. I used to travel with a medicine man and met so many wackadoodle teachers out there. Girl, that's the gimmick. That's the gimmick, girl. Uh, you been lurked on? There's many lurkers and haters and trolls. Y'all could have been like, instead of trolling on me and writing books in my comments, like literal long comments, y'all could have been wrote an Amazon bestseller. If you add up all them troll comments, y'all could have a book. Wasted energy. Right? As much as you didn't type, you can be awful. Okay. As much as you don't report it, you can be on the news. What you doing with your life? Your focus is what? Who? Me? Well, I feel so honored. And you didn't even get paid for that. I'm so sorry. But I did. And you brought more business to me. So that's how it works. If you don't focus on yourself, you're going to focus on someone else and you're going to give them your energy, which will turn into their abundance and your lack. So I'm saying, I don't care if people hating on me. That's money, period. And when they learn that, they'll stop and start focusing on themselves. Because every time somebody say my name, cha-ching. Every time somebody type a book in my comments, cha-ching. Every time somebody don't like what I'm doing, cha-ching. Because that's how it works. Especially if you manifest it. May all my haters make me greater. Cha-ching. Every time they hate, I get paid. Manifest that and see what happens. I manifested that a long time ago because I already knew what came with the territory of YouTube. I said I like to share and tell people the funny stuff that the commenters are saying because it's kind of entertaining. But at the same time, I'm getting paid because I manifested it to work that way. Every time somebody does something to me, I get paid in some type of way. It leads a new subscriber to me that may drop a little sprinkle on me in the comments. It leads someone to find my channel that helps them and, change their entire life. And then they can give me credit and thank you. I find your YouTube channel, and I feel good about that. That's also abundance when I know that I help someone. It's not just about money. Abundance is like also when you can feel like you're happy and you have everything you need, which is, give and take. So if I give my energy and information and that gives you something and you come back and give me something, then it's a whole cycle and an exchange of energy. But if the hater brought you to me, then thank you, hater. Many people's lives have improved because of a hater. Y'all might have seen somebody talking trash about me on another channel, clicked over here, got your life right, got your money right, and then y'all sprinkled me, and there's my money. That's how I got paid by the haters. And I think that's what we need to manifest as well. If you have a lot of haters or people against you, manifest that. Every time they do this to me, I get paid. And then you won't worry about it. It won't give you so much anxiety. It won't give you so much worry. You're like, oh, well, that's just money in my pockets. Because you manifested that to equal money. Okay? People should not hate. It's just jealous. Yeah, we know what that is, but even if they don't know what it is and they're going to do it, that's fine. At least I'm going to get paid for it. You said money is overrated. Hey, Cryptonomics, it is overrated, but at the same time, it's just alchemy. It's turning lead into gold. So I would rather have a bunch of gold laying around than a bunch of lead. Now, what you think? We don't want to get no poison. Okay. Sprinkle. Thank you. Steps I can take for consultation. I'm not doing consultations at this time, Ruth. Sprinkle. But I appreciate your donation. That's why I started taking call-ins so that I could, talk to a few people on the other channel sometimes. Loving this live tonight. Sprinkle. Thank you, D-Rod. I appreciate it. You said lead into gold. You want a bunch of lead hanging around? Nope. And I think, once the haters see that you're getting benefits from them, they stop because they don't like to see you get better. So every time you say something bad, I get better. So you better be quiet if you don't like what you see now. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Every goal I set last year was manifested. You helped me believe in myself. Thank you, Goddess. Oh, thank you, Natasha's here. Sprinkle. That was a very generous donation. Well, I'm glad. And I know everybody's going to benefit from, putting themselves as a priority and loving themselves. So you did the work. I just did the talking. Thank you, girl. Sprinkle. Oh, Cryptonomics. Money is overrated. Take some of the digital money. Sprinkle. I like the color red. Okay. I like the color red now, too. I'll be wearing red lipstick, red outfits. Maybe And maybe I need to come match this little cash up here. Thank you, Cryptonomics. I appreciate you. Sprinkle. That's a very generous donation. You can drop 100. Okay. Oh, just because you're the devil. What? 666? She done gave you 6. Sprinkle. You so silly. How rude, but thank you. Just kidding. Thank you, HB. I appreciate that. Sprinkle. Oh my goodness. Y'all are so silly. Competing in Miss USA. Need gold from Ashira. Girl, sprinkle. Good luck. You gonna win, girl. Just sing Michael Jackson. Everybody gonna vote for you, girl. Sprinkle. That's your talent. Man in the mirror. Okay, that's how you gonna get them. Go try to do one of those challenges where they play like MJ videos and the challenge is not to sing or through the whole video. You're gonna lose. Just pull out MJ. If I was competing, that's what I'd do. Shoot. Gonna make a change for once in my life. Just kidding. I probably wouldn't sing that particular song, but I'd sing a song like MJ. You say right facts. We have Miss USA here, y'all. Hey, sprinkle. Wait, are you Miss USA? You're competing? Did I read it wrong? Well, anyway, I hope you're competing. Well, you're gonna win then, okay? You're gonna win. If you win, you better shout me out somewhere. In a magazine or something, girl. Like sprinkle. I know you're talking about me. Sprinkle. You don't have to say my name. Just say sprinkle, and I know. Good luck. So, maybe you need to come to this manifestation workshop and manifest your win, girl. Come on. Links in the description. Sprinkle. That seems like fun in a pageant, but a lot of work. So, get into it, right? So, once we start manifesting and getting the things that we want, and we see them coming in, how do we maintain them? How do we keep them and keep the doubt out and all that kind of stuff? By not focusing on it too much and focusing on what else you would like to see, what else you would like to do. Don't focus on what you don't want. Focus on what you do want. You can manifest anything from health, safety, just sanity, knowledge, intuition, just whatever. It doesn't always have to be money, because I don't manifest money, because I manifest stuff that brings me money, though. I mean, it's like, it just happens. Like, Billy Carson said, it's just a side effect. If you manifest to be more knowledgeable, more conscious, able to see more, that's going to definitely result in more money, period. If you, health, if you're healthy, you can do more, you have more energy, that's going to result in more money. If you're not worried about the safety of other people that you love, you're not going to sit there and worry instead of, focusing on other things. And that's what's going to happen. It's just going to be the side effect. If you're in a relationship and you're confident in yourself and you're manifesting, all these things, you're not going to sit there and worry about, oh, is he doing this? Is he cheating? You're not going to be jealous of everything that walks by. and causes someone to stare because, you're going to be like, well, I'm a prize too. So whenever I get up to go to the restroom, everybody stare. So I don't care, like a lot of people will get upset, like on my other channel, a lot of people will get mad and ask me questions like, what do you do when your man looks at other women? Look at other man. I don't care. Like, what's he supposed to do? It doesn't, like, that kind of stuff doesn't bother me, but it bothers a lot of people. And I think if you manifest, your self-esteem and your self-confidence, you won't feel insecure when someone's eyeballs move into a certain direction. It's like, right, I don't care. Like, look. Yeah, it's natural. So that's why I don't, it's silly for people to get mad about something natural. Like, because it would be unnatural to not look at someone that's walking in somewhere. It's like, close your eyes. Can't look at that. Don't look at her. Look down. Look on the floor. Then look like something wrong with them. Then you got your ticket. All right. I'm gonna see you there then. Go. Oh, I see what you did there. Indigo Stardust. I'm trying to sound it out like I'm in kindergarten. Yay. If he's not looking at her, he's going to be looking at him. Okay. It's not natural when it's done intentionally. Like you mean like that? Like turning the head? Like, you talking about like that? I would never be with a clown like that. Because while he looking at her, I'm going to be walking and everybody else going to be looking at me. And I'm going to leave with about 3 cards, 4 cards at the same time. Excuse me, I have to use the restroom. Get your Naomi Campbell walk on to the restroom. And now everybody looking at you. Breaking their necks. Okay, how you doing? Anyway. Yeah, be discreet if you're going to do it. Don't be breaking your neck. Is the code from one source since everything is code somehow? Example, code. It's not from one source, but I would say the way to interpret it, there's several ways. There's several layers. There's layers. So, you know how like when you learn the same thing over and over from elementary up until high school or college, you learn about something, then it goes into more depths, and then it goes into more depth. You learn, like, when you're in elementary school, you learn about Thanksgiving and the Pilgrims and the natives, and then when you get to junior high, you learn a little bit more, and there was a war. Then when you get to high school, it was a massacre, and then it was scalping people, and so it's late. You building layers, and once you do that, that's how the code works. It's layers and expanded consciousness. The higher your consciousness gets, the higher the layer gets of the code. There's several definitions, several meanings to one thing, depending on what the topic is about, and what you're involved in as well. It goes deep. Always expect abundance, and you will always have, paired along with appropriate behaviors to match. Consciously think in lack, and you will be without. I know, right? I will never think in lack. And it hurts me when I hear people talk in lack, and they're just using the wrong words. That's it. And the wrong words from the wrong mentality. You gotta teach them how to think and how to speak in order to bring a lot of abundance, because words are powerful and so are thoughts. And so if you're always saying, I can't do something, I never do this, and I'm cursed, well, you just manifested that. So yes, you are. You just manifested that. It's like, I'm cursed. Nothing good ever happens to me. Okay, well, that's why. You just did it to yourself. Right? Because when you say that, it's obviously a lie, because something did happen to you once in your life, or at least a couple of times, or a handful of times something good happened. So first of all, you're lying. Second of all, you're manifesting that. And so what's the difference between you're saying, oh, I have a new mansion or a new whatever, if it's not true, but it's also manifesting? It's the same thing. You're going to get, the same type of results if you manifest negative or manifest positive. You're going to get the same result, whatever you're manifesting. So make sure you're speaking in abundance and not lack. Right. So do y'all have any questions about anything? Do y'all want to ask a question? Should we do a call in and then head out? Do you want to ask about the workshop? I'll try to answer the best that I can to my ability. What do you want to do? This eye is a little dry. Or this one. So I have the lights kind of pushed away from me. Okay. I don't know if the comments are still going because I can't see them. I might be missing some. So let me see. I'll comment something, see if they're still coming through. I don't know. Somebody comment so I can see if the comments are working. If not, I'll have to log on to YouTube and see why the comments aren't working. Because usually they're streaming in. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't think it's working. I'm sorry if I missed a donation or question, but I can't see anything coming in on this end. I have to get on YouTube because I'm on StreamYard. I have to get on YouTube. Oh, here it is. Got to turn down the volume on this one. Oh, uh-oh. No. Did it end? Am I still live? Okay. I hope I didn't end it. Something weird is going on. Patient. I have to go find it over here. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can see you guys' comments over here. All right, I see you guys now. Sorry, y'all. Let me see if they're coming in on the other end. Yeah, they're stopped on that end, so I don't know what's going on over there. Okay. I'm trying to see if this have anything to do with it. I don't know. Sometimes it freezes up like that with the comments, so I'll have to just go look at it on YouTube. But we're good. Let me scroll back up and see if I missed anything. Okay. Okay, I don't think I missed too much. Oh, thank you, Kufunya. I'm sorry, I can't put your name up there because the thing is not working on that end. Thank you, Ruth K. Sprinkle. How to stop worrying about a half little sister who lives in a borderline mother with a borderline mother and narc that while I take care of myself. I'm 24. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I guess call and check on her every day. Make sure, they know you're checking on her. That way, they have, a sense of somebody's checking on her. You know what I'm saying? That's all you can do. Just call and check on her. It's like, hey, like have a scheduled time to call and call. Thank you, Kufunya as well, and Ruth K. Sorry, sprinkle, sprinkle. I appreciate that. Just have a designated time to call every day, and hopefully that will help. Everything is cold, literally everything. When is doll lip gloss available and stuff? I might restock it this evening. If I have some, I'm gonna have to go check. But check back tomorrow on the website, and if I have some, it'll be restocked. Thank you for letting me know, because I don't think I knew. Have you spoken on recent portals that have opened that you are aware of? I have not spoken about that because it's just like all the time. There's just like all the time. Right now, there's a lot of energy here, and I think a lot of people feel it. And I think a lot of people are using it to manifest what they want. That's why certain, ideas are going so hard right now, because they're trying to make it a reality. But, there's so many people that are not focused on certain things that it's not becoming a part of their reality. So we have to keep that in mind. Do not allow stuff into your reality that you do not want there, Some people, certain things are very real, and some people, they don't see it at all. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. Some people see it a little bit, and then it disappears because, but at the same time, you're not focusing on what you don't want. So if anything is negative, don't focus on it. The portals, the energy that's coming in, and all that kind of stuff is going to amplify whatever you're focusing on. So focus on what you want. You focus on something you don't want, you're going to amplify it, because there's so much energy here right now. It's like having a microphone turn on high. Everything, whether you say something good or bad, it's going to be amplified, and everyone's going to hear it. So you got to be careful. Right. Energy flows where attention goes, right? And that goes also with someone wants me to get back on topic with the self-love and manifesting. You have to be a priority to yourself in order to properly manifest. You have to get out of negative environments, stop caring what people think about you, and raise your frequency so that you can manifest, to the best of your ability. And self-love is part of that. You have to love yourself and put yourself first, and get rid of people that are not on your, for your best interest. You know who those people are. You can't feel guilty about leaving them behind either. If you keep allowing negative people in your space is just going to become negative. Okay. And then before you know it, your life is going to be negative. And then you're going to be like, where did I go wrong? Well, you didn't get out of the negative situation. You stayed in it thinking that it was going to, change, but you never did anything to change it. You just stayed in it. So either get up and leave or live there, And it's like, if you're too afraid to do something, I would be more afraid to not do something. Like, is this going to be the rest of my life? Am I going to have to live in this negative state for the rest of my life? No. I'm going to get up and figure it out. Self-love will make you do that, because you love yourself and you want better for yourself. So you make those decisions. You don't allow other people to make decisions for you. You don't allow people to tell you what you think. That's self-love. You're thinking for yourself. Okay. You don't agree to something that you don't want to do. That's not self-love either. So, and when you're in that frequency of putting yourself as a priority, you can manifest so much better. Don't be indecisive. Exactly. Know what you want. So true. The destruction happens when you ignore the red flags. Yep. First red flag you see, you need to mark it. You need to say, excuse me. Red flag. You can literally say red flag. Red flag, red flag. What are you talking about, red flag? Red flag. You have a red flag on you. What did I do? Talk crazy? You talk crazy to me. That's a red flag. Strike number 1. Get your little clipboard out and put a check on it. Strike 1. See what they do next. Some people will try to ignore it and be like, oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. They'll start apologizing when nothing is their fault. Girl, you better check 1. Strike 1 or whatever. Get your notepad out. Strike 1. And say it loud. See what they look. What do you mean strike 1? Strike 1. Just exactly what I said. Strike 1. Okay. What is this baseball? It sure is. What was strike 1? You talking crazy to me? Is there anything you can do to enhance your manifestation? That's a good question. Everything that I use as a technique to amplify is, anything you can think of that raises your frequency or the frequency around you. It could be music, crystals, diet, just anything you can add in there, throw it in there. You know what I'm saying? Just go ahead and make a list and get it up high. Okay? Superfoods, right? Gold elixirs, crystals, positive attitude, breathing, blissful environment where there's nobody around you, creating issues. Whatever. Just add it all up and put it together and you'll be good. It's a gratitude, exactly. Breathing. Okay. What? Okay, let me see this. I hate when I used to do that, just smiling like a fool when really you're uncomfortable in the situation. Girl, you got to say something. Now, you don't have to say something rude, but you can say something like, I've never had anyone say something like that to me before. That was different. But you're acknowledging it, and they're like, what do you mean it was different? I don't know. It's kind of condescending. You can be a lady about it. How is it condescending? Well, it was kind of an insult, but, I'll forgive you. Don't worry. Just don't let it happen again. Warning, strike 1 in a classy way. Okay. Well, thanks for telling me. See, that's the difference. When you tell someone straight up, they respect you and they will not cross that line. They will then be on their best behavior, on the up and up. If you don't say nothing, they will continue until it's normal to talk crazy to you. So that's why you have to stop it right then and there. Okay. Do I meditate? Do you meditate? Who meditates up under these comments? Which one of my subscribers meditates? All right. Never underestimate the power of who? Of who? Yeah, in the early morning you do? You do it through yoga? Okay, I'm just reading these. Cool. Well, that's good. So, I just walk around like all day in La La Land. Okay. Sauna, jacuzzi, steam. That sounds nice. Okay. All right. So you said you used to meditate, but it felt wrong to your soul. Let's see. So now I just be mindful with breathing techniques. Okay. It's not for everybody. Right? Do what feels good for you. Definitely. Your beauty thing worked. Okay, then. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What can you tell us about? Where'd it go? Subliminal audios. They're subliminal. Be careful who you listen to them from, because you don't know what's up under them. Or make your own. You make your own. Like whisper on it and then, record over, layer it and stuff. Who knows? Is that binaural beats? Could be. I used to listen to those at night for a while. I used to fall asleep to them. Depending on what I was trying to do, I'll change the frequency hertz number. But you know what? When I started taking my elixirs, I didn't need those anymore because they do kind of the same thing. Like I had the same effects. It's within. It's a frequency, Then I just started listening to like waves, water, or fire, crackling sounds, or just like ambiance sounds instead. So you're on phase 2 and you love it. I know everybody loves phase 1 and 2 a lot because it's like it gets the ball rolling. And it's like full speed ahead, right? I thought Shiro was hot holding what? Holding what? A joint. This is a pen. Actually, it's a gold pen and I have black paper. This is what I like to manifest with now. It's just like the dark energy and the gold. So I was like, I don't say I manifest or I want. I just say what it is. Or thank you. Or gratitude. Or I am grateful for. It's like I am grateful for, this pen is Extreme. This time I'm putting extreme. Shoot. Might as well go hard or go home. Abundance. Of financial increase. Forever. Shoot. Might as well put forever. There I go. However, forever long is for me. Yeah, done. You know how when you were a little kid, you were trying to one up the other person that would say, infinity times 2, infinity times 2 plus 1 times 3. You know, that's how you got to manifest. Okay, that means even though you may not feel that this has happened yet, you're grateful for it. So you put in the gratitude. And so when you put that feeling of gratitude in, it's as if you've already received it because you're feeling grateful and thankful for it, right? And then, extreme, put that extreme word in there. Extreme abundance. That's extra, a lot. And then you put financial increase, extreme abundance of financial increase. Okay. Money. Forever. So basically, you just like get paid forever. Period. But that's how you do it. You have journals of scripting. Yeah, a lot of people script. I script. You write the life that you want as a story or a script of a role that you're going to play. Attraction and protection. Extreme attitude for gratitude, right? I wonder what Shira thinks about these YouTube gurus now teaching manifesting to people that rejected them. Huh? What do you mean? People that rejected them. Like I don't know, you have to be more specific because like that could be taken so many different ways. Like they're famous now and people are watching them like, oh, well, I wish I would have not rejected that person. Or is that what you mean? Because I don't know. But that it would be funny. You see a lot of retired tarot readers where feelings in your body. Well, people are eventually going to move on from tarot. I mean, that's just a phase, actually. Tarot is a path of enlightenment, and then maybe they've become enlightened on that path and moved on to the next thing. Because I know I used to read tarot until I got enlightened about what tarot is really for, and it led me to the next thing and the next thing. So that's what it's supposed to do. Like you're not supposed to stay stuck reading tarot for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you're not on the path. So, all right. Don't be knocking them old tarot readers retired. They done. They moved up and learned the game. Right. If you think about it, because I can tell you, there's a lot of stuff you learn reading tarot. I promise you. And it's almost like you got a degree after you've read tarot for a few years. You've got a whole degree in psychology, mental illnesses, people not taking responsibility for themselves. You've heard every excuse. You just know people by then. And you've heard everything, every story, every excuse. And so when someone comes to you with the same stuff, you can read them straight, no cards. And that's how you increase your intuition and your mentality. And it leads you into the solutions for those people. And when you find the solutions for those people, you see the solutions for yourself to get out of whatever thing that you're in. Because once you start seeking solutions and vibrating on the frequency of solution, because I'm trying to help these people because they're crazy, then guess what? Your solutions come too. Okay? So don't be knocking them tarot readers. Okay. People start everywhere. Some people started in the church. That's how most people start. I was at church. Then I went to the store and got a book. Then I was doing this and lighting candles. Then I was reading tarot. Then I was meditating, and now I'm manifesting and getting paid. You know, people go through the phases. You don't stay stuck. So you got to keep it moving. Level up, right? Got to keep it moving. How to teach kids about manifesting techniques. Just teach them. They know, they can understand it. I think I have a video on that where I just get like a bunch of magazines or stuff and we cut out what we want and glue it in a little book or a notebook, and we call that our manifestation journal. It's kind of just like a vision board in a notebook. So have them make those things. It's like arts and crafts, like, you know, give them the toy section or something. I have one with cut out houses, cars, you know, vacations, clothes, jewelry, makeup, and and they were cutting out stuff that they wanted, and you know, you manifest together, you know, with your kids or whatever, or people that are close to you, it comes faster. And you know, you can start talking about what you're going to do when you get there. Oh yeah, this is going to be our new house. You see a house like this that we cut out. What, you know, how are you going to decorate your room? You know, da 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 da. And so you get into that frequency, and it starts to really, you know, heighten and manifest. And if children who don't have that much doubt help you with it, it's very strong. Because you tell a kid something, they think it's already done happened. Like you go look at a car or a house. We get a new car. We got a new house. It's ours. They go to school, right? Oh, we got a new house. You know, you just went and looked at one model. You know, they don't really understand like all the steps, but they understand the frequency, and that's what's important. They're like, when we moving, Mom? I just looked at one place. Goodness gracious. When we moving? I got my suitcase. You know. So that energy is what you need, that positive energy, like he said Donald Trump was trained by his father from a young age for success. That's why he manifested to be state of president, huh? If it happened, I'm gonna be like, for real, Donald? You done manifested this? Some way, somehow. He on that phone for an hour. He running out of time. He got to figure it out. You better get that Kanye circle. You better go to Sunday service. I'm gonna, cause dear Donald Trump, go to Sunday service with Kanye. He be making stuff happen. All right. Trump won't stay. He lost. I don't know. He might try. He gonna try everything until they drag him out. He gonna try whatever. He gonna try everything. So let him keep trying. You never know. He can't give up till it's over. it's also entertaining. So, you said he better, but y'all don't like Trump, but y'all like his checks, his stimulus checks. Anyway. Y'all like him as a sugar daddy, though, don't you? Uh-huh. Trump ain't give up that wig piece, so he ain't never giving up. You right. He's still using that same comb over hairspray wig thing, trick, tuck, bobby pin do. He's not giving up. Some days it's yellow, some days it's white. Let me stop. Okay. Okay. He better get to Sunday service. That's right. Let's see. He's going to be in there dancing. Whoa. Wait till I get my money right. You can't tell me nothing. Okay. He gotta go get some of that. All right. I'm serious. I'm gonna go on Twitter after this and tell him what to go do. You better go Sunday service. Be seen. Anyway. That'll make like viral video. Kanye is divorcing Kim. His days are numbered. They always divorcing. I decoded that earlier in the video. They will always be divorcing. The whole time they've been married, they've been divorcing. Because it doesn't mean what you think it means. It's code. Okay. It means they're turned two different directions, which means they're two different frequencies, which means they're two different races. So they're always going to be getting divorced. Okay. Just like he's bipolar, they're two turned. Okay. That's all it is. It's just code. Mm-hmm. Their marriage is a business. Okay. Somebody say something. Finally, somebody said the right thing. Sometimes marriages can be businesses. Shoot. Right. Together they super rich. Mm-hmm. When you pair the masculine and the feminine together, the ideas that bounce off of each other are probably going to be way better. You said praying to those angels from Africa. He knew he had to do something. He better get to Sunday service too. Kanye Sunday service and get him one of them jogging suits. Something. Get some Yeezys. Put some Yeezy on and come on. Can you imagine him in one of them outfits? I would pay to see it. I would pay to see that. Okay. Can you explain spiritual prayer candles? It's just a focus and a frequency. Like, Every time you look at the candle and the fire and, the plasma that goes up into the ionosphere and your intentions are in it, it's a reminder to keep focused and, positive thinking on what it is you are trying to bring forth. This is just manifesting with a reminder lit on fire. Okay. It's more scientific than that, but, that's what it is. Shouldn't we marry other race, or you mean it depends on the frequency? I think we should, you know what I really think? I think society is pushing towards that, but I think you should do what you want as well. Like, let your intuition guide you. Right. Let your intuition guide you. Like, society, we can see that there's agendas everywhere, but what's your agenda for yourself and your future and your families? What's your agenda? Most people don't have an agenda, so they're going to give you whatever agenda they're doing, because if you're a follower, you're just going to do what they want you to do. But if you have your own mind and think how you want to think, you create your own agenda. Don't matter what it is. Just go in the direction you want to. Okay. Just be smart in any race. Mm-hmm. Kim watching NBA games, scouting ball players. Uh-huh. That's code too. Come on, y'all. Basketball. That's code. What are they doing? Fighting over a ball. Ball. Basketball is orange. Mm-hmm. The sun. The court is the cosmos. The 7 players is what? Come on, y'all think, y'all know. Just watching the cosmos. Which means what? She's watching the cosmos. What does that mean? She in the cosmos? She watching the sky? What's going on? Y'all got to start decoding and stop taking stuff literally. That's the messages they're trying to give. Everything is an act. Mm-hmm. Yay. So you said Dr. Dre is at the ICU, brain burst. Oh, you got an aneurysm or something? All that stress, huh? Is he faking his death? Ooh, he could be. I hope we'll see. After that real divorce, maybe he's ashamed and has to go into hiding or stop paying. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. He with the people. When you that famous and maybe he's just getting rid of all his earthly possessions and going into the higher order, priesthood. That's what you got to do, right? You got to give up all your earthly possessions and go into the higher priesthood of the secret society and work behind the scenes in the shadows. Like MJ did. Anyway, for real, that's what you got to go do. You got to conquer this, then you got to conquer that, and you got to conquer them, then you got to conquer the entertainment business, then you go into the politics. Then you become the shadow government. It's like you become the director of the movie instead of the actors in the movie. And the entertainers in the movie, you become the director, then you become the writer. It's just moving up. And so that's what they do. It's just y'all think they did. Oh, they did. Oh. They ain't dead. They, But you know, I see stuff like I see it. And 10 years later, other people will see it. So it's just, I see it too easily. All the world's a stage. Yep. Like I have like literal like visions of how this works. Like the hierarchies and stuff like that. It's weird. Like when I think when I'm trying to explain something and I'm going into detail, it starts the visions will form, and that's how I get my examples and stuff. Because it's like, okay, so once you've conquered the entertainment world and you've done the best you can do, you want to give up that fame because then it becomes a trap. You know, can't go anywhere. You're a celebrity. You're kind of trapped. And the thing that you want most is your freedom and privacy again, right? And so in order to get that, you have to die. So no one's looking for you. And in their mind, you're gone and they're no longer looking for you. So then you're able to go on and do something else behind the scenes. You're already so used to being locked up and quarantined and, you know, hidden as a celebrity. This should be no problem, right? So after that, you know, to work behind the scenes. There you go. Uh-huh. They do it a lot. A lot of people do that. So y'all, when y'all sitting over here crying and stuff, y'all be crying for nothing sometimes. Actually, this is the time to learn how to move in this reality through your mind. Yep. Like that's how you move it. You just imagine it. And you just like you're on a trip. Like, do y'all remember the Magic School Bus? Y'all remember that cartoon, the Magic School Bus on? And they would get in that bus and they would go somewhere. And like outside the school bus windows, they would see like strange things. That's how your visions work. Like it's like you're going through that type of journey when you imagine these things. So you said so much code in that cartoon. I know, right? Mrs. Frizzle. Mm-hmm. Can you manifest in three? Oh, if your third eye is calcified. I think if your third eye is calcified, you're not going to be thinking about manifesting. You know what I mean? Or by manifesting, you could slowly try to uncalcify it with your diet and your, you know, knowledge and stuff like that. Manifest to uncalcify it. All right. Thank you. You know, that's what a lot of, that's what my elixirs help with too as well. So if you're trying to do that, go ahead, hit to my Etsy store, which is linked in the description bar, and start on phase 1, definitely. Also stop using fluoride toothpaste and stuff like that. Not good. Right. You can reverse it if you try. What? What do you think about, I'm going to put it back up on the screen. The carnivore diet. They have mad results. People are getting off of medications. I don't even know what that is. It's just like a meat diet. I think it's bad for your kidneys, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Good luck with that. Toothpaste. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yes. Everybody needs to use toothpaste. Somebody says they use baking soda. Yeah, all these diets, you got to think about the real effect that they're having on your body. You gonna eat a bunch of meat. I mean, a balanced diet is better than just a whole meat diet because you're just getting a bunch of toxins in your body. You're gonna be full of toxins, period. And your kidneys have to filter out those toxins. And you're gonna overwork them kidneys. You're gonna be, regretful later. So, bad for your skin. Forget it. And probably gonna smell bad too. Sprinkle. I'm sorry if that's what you're doing. No, but everybody tries certain diets every once in a while, but I wouldn't do that one. All right. Hi, Shira. Currently living in California, but want to move to H-Town to get my house and get my money up and then go back to my book. What? To get my book turned to screenplay. Do you think this is a good idea? Any thoughts? Well, it's cheaper to live here, definitely. Probably save money. So, definitely. Do you have some money, or do you have something to sell, like a house, in order to do so? Because that might work. You might not want to move back. Right? Okay, I also manifested perfect credit score, 800. Good for you, girl. See, that's what I'm talking about. Go ahead. She paid bills early. That's right. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Oh, that's nice. I eat oxtails. You are what you eat. I feel strong as an ox. Wonderful. How long do ox live? How intelligent are they? That's that's my kind of questions. See, this is why I have no friends. I'm like, I said I have to shut up. Oh, that's nice. Enjoy your oxtails. Sprinkle. But you know what I'm really thinking. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what them ox be eating to get strong? What do ox eat to get strong? Do he eat oxtails too? All right. Nah. You're Jamaican, okay? That's fine. Okay. I don't judge. Eat what you like. But I do live by now I live by the law of cause and effect. Universal law. And I have to, I keep that in my mind. I can't with the oxtails. Cause and effect, baby. Mm-hmm. That's not a logical answer, when it comes to health and diet. I'm from Jamaica. Okay, and what's that got to do with health? You go to the doctor and they say you got high blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney failure. I'm from Jamaica. Okay. And don't matter. Okay. Can you talk about people stealing other people's life force energy to benefit themselves? Well, you could steal it right back if you're smart. Okay, let me ask y'all a question just to see if it's just here. Do y'all go to Starbucks in the morning? Okay. For those of you who go to Starbucks in the morning, and if you go through the drive-thru, because they never used to do this before, do they ask you for your name in the drive-thru? I'm just taking a survey just to see if it's here or if it's for certain people. You know what I'm saying? They don't ask? Okay. They ask here. I don't know if they ask everybody, but they be asking me. I give them a fake name, Sprinkle Sprinkle. And then when they mispronounce it, I don't correct them, even on the fake name. That's right. Don't give them your real name. Cause see, don't you see the ritual in it? You go to get Starbucks. Okay. The logo is a form of the hairy fish, which is code for mammal and reptile hybrid. Okay. You got the color green going on, which is the mixing of the races. And then you have coffee, which is the melanin. So you're getting Starbucks literally. And then when they ask you for your name at the drive-thru in your car, or when you come to the counter before you exchange money for goods, they put your name on that cup. And you drink it. In exchange for your cash. Sprinkle, sprinkle. For your money. There you go. You said yikes. Okay. Somebody want to call in and ask a question? Please don't. If I open this line, please don't come in here with no dreams. Okay. I'm tired of interpreting y'all dreams. Go get y'all a dream dictionary and do that stuff yourself. I don't like hearing people's long, drawn out, boring dreams. So that's something that I don't care to discuss. So please don't come in here telling me about your dreams. If I put this phone line on, okay? The only people's dreams that I want to hear are the people that I ask. And I don't ask anybody. Maybe my child, but that's about it. All right. Don't ask me what no triple digits mean either, okay? Don't ask me anything you can pretty much Google. All right? Just being nice, but I'm just being serious at the same time. All right, so I'm going to put the number up. Okay, somebody call in. Try to stay on the topic, okay? Don't ask me no crazy stuff that's not on topic. Or at least in this, what we've been discussing. This is code, self-love, manifesting, all that. Don't come here with no dreams and I saw a ghost and come on. Sorry, but y'all know I have to say that. I have to say it. The phone lines are open. Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Hi, Sprinkle Sprinkle.
Oh my gosh, I really got through.
Yay. What's your name?
Symphony.
Okay. Do you have a question, Sprinkle Sprinkle?
Yeah, okay. So I hope this isn't like off topic or anything, but I sit with an older lady and she like turns on the lights like constantly. So I told her to turn the light off and I kind of like pointed at it and the light busted.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know what that means, but like the bulb legit busted.
You got electricity in your fingers. You know, that's, you know, how they have a magic wand? Well, your finger is like an extension of your energy. So like, because you hold power here and here, and it comes through like your chakra system and up, and so when you do this, when you point, that's why I say don't point at people. That's rude to point, because you're casting spells and pushing your energy there. So a light bulb is already, energy, and then your energy may have been like a different, energy, like you might electrons, protons, neutrons. You might have shot out something that was, going to cause a reaction, and that's what happened.
Oh wow, that's interesting, because I was asleep when I did it, and I was like halfway asleep, so I wasn't really thinking about it. It just kind of happened. So
yeah,
that's a good sign, right?
Yeah, it means you can wield power, but since you were half asleep, you probably weren't aware that you didn't have certain powers or energies, and you were just like in a dream. Like if you do that and some power shoot out because you're in a dream, you don't think anything of it. You're like, oh, that's cool. So like if you don't have any like limitations there, so that's probably what you were doing.
That's awesome. Do you know, do you have any advice on anything to kind of like strengthen that?
The dream state, like between waking and sleeping, is when I get my most downloads and like crazy way out there knowledge that be super accurate. That state of mind right there, try to linger in that as long as you can and ask questions. That's what I do. Like your mind, like the time between you wake and sleep is when you ask those questions in your mind, and the answers will come. That's how I got so many ideas. But right there, that's where it is.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. You don't understand. Like I've watched all your videos, like at least for up to like 8 or 9 months.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, that was actually a good question. And that was very interesting. Okay, so let's see. Oh, got another call.
Call from.
Hi, Sprinkle Sprinkle. You have a question? What's your name?
Yes. Hi, Shara. It's Adrian.
Hi. How do you always get through? You work for Google Voice, don't you?
You know it.
you got it on speed dial. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, well, how you been?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good.
I love you. I love your channel.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you get through every time. You must have a magical phone.
Okay, so I had a question, and it was it's about manifesting, but it's about manifesting with dark energy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so oh my God, I just saw a comment says, "Hey, Adrian again." Oh Lord. Okay, well, anyways,
you got a magic phone.
Go on. So lately I've been manifesting. Well, I often manifest with dark energy, but lately
that's why you be getting through.
I'm sorry, what happened?
That's why you get through on the phone line.
I guess so. Well, so while I've been manifesting with dark energy lately, I just wanted to kind of, I guess, ask about the process again, because lately, I think just because there's been so much energy going on, I've been noticing that manifestations will come through, but if I'm not exactly on the dot about what it is I want, it'll sometimes manifest in the wrong way or in the way that I'm not expecting, because with dark energy, it comes so quick. So true. I guess, I don't know, I guess like advice on that, or what I can do to really steer it into the right direction.
I say general, like manifest something general so that you can narrow it down when it gets here. Like, for example, like if somebody was trying to manifest the perfect partner, they would manifest like maybe 2 or 3 qualities, and that they definitely must have no matter what. And so people with these 3 qualities will start to come in, right? And then you might get 20 people with these same qualities. And now it's up to you to go through all 20 people to see which one is it the one that you might want or manifest, So do it broad and then narrow it down when it gets there. But you have to do it in such a way as to where it's not going to backfire on you, you know? So if you gave me an example, I could try to help you.
Yeah. Okay. So an example for me was, okay, so I had this really great publishing deal, and I was talking to my agent about working with this company, right? And what I obviously, as soon as I kind of got like some type of deal with them, I was just like, okay, well, I'm gonna obviously manifest the dark energy to try to get an advance from them, and I was hoping for $100,000 advance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I was a little too specific, because what ended up happening was that, in a way, when I had asked for it, it kind of like almost backfired. Like, it's not that it's almost kind of like it led me to not work with them again. And I guess maybe it's a blessing in disguise, because if they weren't willing to pay me for my work, then obviously why work for them? But
right.
I don't know.
Well, I think what happened probably was you aren't manifesting that first. You see, you went out of order. You was manifesting a deal first. You didn't say what type of deal. Then when you got the deal, then you manifested the advance, right? Well, maybe the deal did not include that advance, and that's why it went through. So you should have done the advance first, or at the same time. I want a deal that's going to give me this type of advance, period. You know, and focused on that. And maybe it wouldn't have came as fast, because, you know, it has to find that type of deal. But you just say any old deal, you know, they might not have an advance for you that you want. So you just need to do it all at the same time, or do it in the correct order.
That's true. Okay. So also one other kind of funny thing that I kind of just got a download when we were talking about dark energy. I forgot that my first name means darkness.
Yep. That's cool. See?
So I guess maybe that also helps the frequency. But anyways, that was just kind of my question, because some things I was just so shocked about the manifestation, and how it kind of almost steered me into another direction. So anyways, Thank you so much for all your help.
You're welcome. Don't be scared. Just do it in the correct order, or do it very broad.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again. I hope you have a great night.
You too. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Bye. Yeah. So, you know, that's why you have to know what you want and put that in the order. But, you know, that's how you learn. Hi. Who's calling? Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Hi. Oh my gosh. Before I get to my question, I just wanted to say thank you so much for changing my life. You really changed my life. I wish I could tell you exactly, but
oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I try.
Thank you so much. So my question is, how do I remain spiritual, or remain in that state of the goddess, you know?
Remain in that state?
How do I stay in that phase when I'm being sexually active with someone that I'm in a relationship with? Because I feel it's kind of hard for me at the moment to balance that.
So how do you stay as a goddess in the relationship, or how do you stay spiritual while being in a relationship? How do you how you stay spiritual?
Yes. Sorry.
Have your me time.
Okay.
Schedule me time. You know, like, look, from 5 to 6 or 5 to 7, don't talk to me. I'm being over here in this room, watch your basketball game, A, B, C, and D, and you know, I'll be done. You have to set out and carve out time for yourself, or else you'll lose yourself. So that's part of
Yeah.
self-love as well. So you have to carve out time and make it like known, like, okay, this is my time. Don't call me. Don't interrupt me. Bye, Felicia. You know. So just make sure that you have time for yourself and you tell them up front so it's normal and expected.
Okay.
And you don't have to really choose because you can have both.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck. Bye. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah, you gotta make that me time. 10 minutes of every hour is your time. That's right. 55 minutes of every hour is my time. Okay, look, what you want? We got 5 minutes. Hurry up, talk faster. Hi, Sprinkle Sprinkle. Turn your oh, they done hung up on me. Whatever. Let's see. Oh, here comes another one.
Call from.
Hello, Sprinkle Sprinkle.
Hey, it's Cryptonomics. How you doing,
what?
Shira?
Hi, good. How are you? This was unexpected.
Doing good. Yeah, I know. I thought I would surprise you. Get on in, introduce myself to the chat room. How y'all doing?
Oh, it's Cryptonomics in the house. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Your top donator. Your top donator. But you know, I wanted to. I was listening to the channel the other day. I can't keep up with both of them, but
it's okay.
You've been talking about tonight. You know, people getting focused and manifesting things like that. But one thing I want to mention is that can maybe help everybody with maintaining their weight, because that can help you stay focused as well.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing that I found was really helpful for me years ago is some people can count calories, but what I say is count your carbs. If you look at the food labels, they tell you the carbs and the carb count. And if you can eat a meal, like you can eat any meal you want to, really, as long as the carb count is below 30 grams. That will keep the sugar down. That will keep your weight down. You will lose weight because you're not going to be eating tons of carbs.
Right.
So
that's true.
Keep you focused too.
That's true. And I don't eat a lot of carbs. It drops fast. But counting calories and eating carbs, I think you can eat more. I think you'll feel more full if you cut carbs and ate that amount of calories and like vegetables, salads, or whatever y'all eat out there. You know, you could probably eat more if you cut the carbs, and so that way you don't feel deprived.
That's right.
I think.
Yeah, that's right.
That's probably true. Yeah.
And you'll probably have more energy too. You know, feel like doing other things as well. It worked for me. You know, and I mean, I'm not an overweight guy though, but you know, I've always been an athletic, fit type guy. But, you know, there were times like years ago, you know, you just start eating, you didn't realize what you were eating, you know, eating fast food, stuff like that. You got to get rid of that too. That's bad news. So.
Yeah, but you know, at least if you get it right, that's the lesson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to call in real quick. I don't want to take up the.
Well, no. Why are you here? Why are you here? We're gonna ask you some questions.
Oh, what's up?
If y'all have a question for Cryptonomics, y'all can ask them. But I wanted to ask about, because you're very good with astrology and things like that. Yeah. So, well, can you tell us something about 2021, like, you know, astrologically, that maybe, you know, may help us with our manifesting?
Well, you know, when it comes to my astrology, because a lot of people do that type of stuff, you know, they'll talk about the year or they'll talk about relationships and things like that. What I specifically do, or what I've been focusing on over the last few years, is financial astrology.
Okay, well, we like that too.
Financial astrology just kind of helps you with your trading, making money,
knowing when to trade, knowing not when to trade, those type of things.
Mm-hmm. So
as far as it goes for me in 2021, like I said, I haven't projected out for the whole year just yet. I'm working on that right now, but I know like for the first quarter of 2021, January, February, March, April, May, things are going to be really slow and sluggish. Mm-hmm. From January, February, they start to pick up in March.
Mm-hmm. That's my birthday. That's why.
March. Yeah. March, April, and May, things are going to really start to, pick back up. So I'm not really looking to do a whole lot. I mean, I do trading and things like that, but economically speaking, I mean, even right now, the dollar is slipping. Mm-hmm. It's going down pretty hard. It's like almost in free fall right now. But, while crypto is going up, which mm-hmm. is good. So, but I wouldn't look for anything super exciting to happen until March.
Mm-hmm. So that's
March, April, and May.
Okay. So spring. That's good. What else? What about
go ahead.
What about when is a good time to so you're saying that's a good time to invest or to sell?
I would say it would be a good time for for the lay person to start investing. Yes. Mm-hmm. If you're going to try, if you're not an investor, if you're not a day trader, swing trader, even right now, I'm not doing a lot of trading myself because it's just going to be a bad period. Mm-hmm. But for the lay person, I wouldn't get in until, late February, early March. Just be looking, be conscious of it. And, that would be the time that I look at. I'm even looking to sell a piece of real estate, but I'm waiting until March. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have people saying, "Oh, well, you need to do it now. You need to do it now." I don't think it's a good time now, especially after the holidays.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Just really, really down. And the process that I use, though, it looks at all of the significant aspects of planets. And, there's some mathematical calculations and things like that involved with it. So a lot of people like to look at maybe one aspect, and then they're like, oh, this is what's going to happen. But this is looking at every single significant aspect. So we're talking about squares, oppositions, conjunctions, just came off a conjunction with Jupiter and Saturn, and that still, the effects of that are not over. Mm-hmm. So that's something people have to remember. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think things are still in this lull.
Do you think there's going to be like some disaster? You see any of that, like that could affect the market or the whatever?
I don't know if it's utter disaster because there's other areas you can put your money. Mm-hmm. For instance, you can go into precious metals, you can go into gold, you can go into silver, and mm-hmm. I even recommend that for people that are trading crypto. If you don't want to, well, I won't get into the details of that, but you can buy crypto. That's an avenue away from disaster because Bitcoin's at all-time highs right now. Mm-hmm. And certain other coins are doing very well at the same time. Precious metals, though, to me, that's something that you should always have. You should always have gold. You should always have silver.
Do you know do you know the abbreviation for the gold and the precious metals, like when you're going to invest?
Well, I'm talking about physical gold.
Oh, you mean like
silver,
have it in your
not
house.
Paper gold and silver, because that's what people would buy on the stock market and all of that. They would paper trade. And I'm speaking of just go to, there's a website, JM Bullion. Mm-hmm. I buy gold and silver there all the time. And you can get some good deals. I would watch the price of paper gold and silver just to know when it's a good price to buy and how much premium you're paying over the gold or silver, but get the physical gold and silver. And then, you know, if the price goes up, you can always sell that, you know, if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You can sell it back to dealers and everything.
Make a profit. Okay, that's good.
Exactly. And that's why it's important to watch the price that you buy it at. So let me give you an example. Silver's, I think it's about $25 an ounce, paper silver. So when you go to the websites, chances are it's not going to be $25 because they have to make money on it, right? So you're looking for something maybe $30, $27, $30, somewhere around there. But if someone's selling you silver for $40, you're paying too much premium.
Right.
So that cuts into your profit. So that's why you always want to watch the price of these precious metals. Buy low, sell high. It's very simple. But nobody tells us this. And a lot of people will get into these precious metal scams like carat bars and stuff like that. And their premium is way too high. And so you'll never see a profit on it or realize a profit on it.
That's good to know, because I mean they'll try to fool you.
Yeah, and buy from reputable people. Like I said, JM Bullion's one I use. There's other ones out there though. But watch the premium. I think that's what's going to be different from website to website is what they're selling it for, the spot price that they're selling it for. And the lower you can get it, the better off you are. And buying in bulk or bigger sizes, you know, maybe a kilogram of silver, that's going to be more than an ounce. So looking at those things, and even if you price it per ounce, you know, 1 kilogram still might be cheaper. It might be a little bit more, but you know, you kind of have to do the math on that. But while I have you on the phone, people that haven't bought Bitcoin, they need to get into it right now. Right now. Okay.
I'll try to
literally. I think I sent you a message earlier this evening. I said you need to get some Bitcoin. Well, it's moving now. It's almost at all-time highs.
I'm gonna get some right now. I'm gonna get some tonight. No, okay. Yeah. So what else do you use astrology for in your life besides stock and trading and things like that?
Well, you know, I tinker around with it, you know, with natal charts and things like that, and family members that may be open to it. Both of my parents, though, they've passed away. So these last couple of years. So, and my mother, she was really into it. So, you know, I would pass some things off to her. But for the most part, I don't do readings. I don't do that type of stuff because I'm more of an analyst. I'm more of a logical type person because I'm dealing with dollars, right? You know, and I'm looking for percent gains. I'm not playing. I'm all about my money, kind of like you. And so I use it for a very specific and logical purpose, which is to deliver returns. I mean, it's that simple.
Well, I would have to say you're the least flakiest person that's into astrology that I've ever talked to.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, I talk to some people now. I mean, you know, close friends and stuff like that. I let them know, you know, they're like down. You know, I have friends that are realtors and things like that, and I'm just like, you know, just hold on, do the heavy work now. You know, it's gonna pay off later. You know, and that's kind of what you say even on your channel. And it amazes me too, Ashir, because you don't just you're not astrology talk on your channel, but some of the revelations you have are really powerful, really impressive. And that's what has me tuned in.
So I'm just talking and the stuff is like lining up. Like the planets are lining up.
It is. I mean, and I think you mentioned the other day about COVID-19 and lasting for another 4 years, I think it's, you know, and when I did my astrology, I show it probably another 3 and some change. So, I mean, we're both in the ballpark there. So, you know, let's see what happens. But yeah, I'm really impressed with a lot of the info, and you give your chat a lot of quality information. I know sometimes we joke and stuff like that, and that's all good. You got to joke about a lot of this stuff, but this is still, it's quality information. It can go a long way.
Someone sent me a clip of my 2020 prediction video that I did in 2019. And it said, I said there's going to be lots of illnesses and sickness that are going to start coming around. So you better get on your vitamins and get these supplements and A, B, C, and D. And they sent me that. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I was right.
Exactly. Yeah. And I did do a prediction. See, I don't know, you kind of put me on the spot. I do kind of fun predictions. Like I did the Trump Biden election. You know, I did the Tyson, who did he just fight? I did that. You know, I kind of do little fun things with astrology, just, you know, to make sure I still kind of have it, you know, and that it works as well. Because a lot of people try to, you know, downplay astrology as hocus pocus, but it's real, people. And those who take their studies seriously, you can really get a lot out of it. I mean, even with the election, there was no way Trump was going to win. No way.
He's still trying to manifest that win. He ain't gonna go. He gonna sleep on that golf course. He gonna put a tent out. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, he's fighting. I mean, I think if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the info right in front of me, but I think he was in his Saturn return. Yeah, I think he had Saturn in Capricorn or something like that. He was in his Saturn return, and here Joe Biden was. I think he was in his Jupiter return.
I think he's setting himself up to plead insanity when they try to get him for the taxes.
Yeah. That would be
do.
a good downfall. That would play right into Saturn. So.
That's right. So, what do you think of, like you say you do charts and stuff, and you say my stuff is accurate when I'm talking? That's kind of cool because I'm not really into the astrology. I read the codes.
Yeah.
So I guess code and astrology line up.
Well, yeah, and that's what's interesting is I'm like, how is she doing this? Because I'm using astrology, you're using code, and I'm like, I can kind of see. I'm not as good as you, but I can kind of see, and that's what keeps me tuned in. I keep watching, and I'm like, okay, I can see what she's saying here, you know, with the code. Because believe it or not, though, astrology is very coded, but it's so coded that something that you read in the chart, you'd be like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Let me give you an example. Like I did a chart for Michael Jackson. Some people don't know his age, right? And you know, because superstars, they change their age all the time, so you have to be able to rectify the chart and all that stuff. But when I did it, you know, I have certain indicators that I use, but he had Gemini. He had a moon in Gemini. Now, what does that mean? A lot of people are like, I don't know. What did he have on his hand?
A glove.
A silver glove. A silver glove, and that's the moon. Moon on the hand. So these type of things, when we start to look at it, but astrology is very coded. It's a very.
That means he was two-handed.
What's that?
That means he was two-sided, black and white.
That too. I mean, there's layers to it. It's just not one thing, but just having the moon in Gemini was like, wow,
twins,
okay.
The two, yeah. Adds up.
Yeah.
And
so.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm taking notes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But I mean, that's one way that, you know, I see the code. You know, when you're talking about it, I'm like, well, okay, I know astrology is a language, and we have to be very flexible, because if we're too rigid with it, it's not going to work. And you have to have some people are, I could be guilty of this too, because I'm very mathematical, I'm very logical, you know. You're a Pisces. I'm a Virgo rising, but I have Pisces on the 6th house. So with Jupiter in there. So that helps me out to be creative with my analysis and things like that. But with astrology, you have to have a free mind.
Mm-hmm.
You really do. You have to be open and free. Otherwise, you're going to try and pick up these astrology books and read words literally from those books and think that you know astrology, and that's not how it works. It can help you, but you have got to be able to see what the chart is delivering.
Mm-hmm.
That's the art of it. And if you don't have that art, if you think you're just going to go into it very rigid, reading books, oh, this is what it is, and that's, it's a hard line.
So can I ask you a question?
Miss a lot of stuff.
What is okay? Because I don't know a lot about astrology at all. I just know I'm a Pisces. Period. So what is Virgo rising? What does the rising represent? Like when you rise, when you get older or something?
No. So you've seen the astrology wheel. All of us are familiar with it. It
Mm-hmm.
has 12 signs on it, and typically what people are talking about with the sun sign is that's the sign that the sun was in when you were born.
Okay.
So if you're Pisces, the sun was in, Pisces sun was in Pisces naturally. But it was that time of year as well, right? So the sun is pretty much depicting the month that you were born. The rising sign, though, is, so if we know the time of birth, if you were to look to the eastern horizon, that is the sign that's coming up on the horizon. That's why we say you're that rising sign. That's where the ascendant is what we call it.
Okay, ascendant.
And so that ascendant, that ascendant plays a big role because it's one of the 4 cardinal points on the astrological wheel. And that pretty much tells the world, doesn't tell the world, but it really represents a lot of your self-being and who you are, because it represents the first house as well.
Okay.
And, in astrology, first house also lines up with Aries, the I am, me, things like that. So the sun sign is what people would see. So if you go outside, what's the first thing you see? You see the sun, right? So that's kind of more of a personality and a trait, an obvious indicator that people are going to see about you. So with you being a Pisces, it's exactly what we see, because Pisces is very intuitive. Pisces is very artistic,
I try.
other world. Those are things of that nature. So you represent that, but you're also Sagittarius rising. So we see the beauty, and Sagittarius, I always say Sagittarius, extremely beautiful. When it comes to women, they exude the beauty. It's a fire sign. My mother was a Sagittarius. That's why I said the other day, you're spicy, because that's, Sagittarius women can be that way, but you also share on the other side of that sign is Gemini. So you can be very witty as well, quick on your feet. And we see that as well. Very funny. Gemini is a jokester. So
I didn't know I had Gemini in there.
Yeah, well, anytime you're looking at a sign, you have to consider it's not a sign by itself. It is a shared access.
Okay.
Access there. So, we're not just one sign. And you said that the other day. We're not just one sign. We're all the signs.
Right.
But we have to remember on the 4 cardinal points, those are going to manifest in some way. So with a Sagittarius rising on the ascendant, Gemini would be the 6th house. So that is going to manifest in a certain type of way right there.
Okay. You said that's like how I'm so quick and Trump-like when he's talking in code and just acting silly and arrogant.
They're very quick on their toes because that's an air sign. It's very mental as well. It represents mental because it's ruled by Mercury, and that's a strong mental sign. Virgo is also ruled by Mercury. So again, I got strong mental, we call them superpowers if we want to, in how we use them, but in being very quick with that. So our thoughts and ideas can flow very fast.
You want to hear something weird? So when I was getting ready to do the video, I was like, I'm gonna put on this bracelet because I know Mercury's gonna come up, and this means Hermes, right? And so I was like, Mercury's gonna come up, and I'm have on this bracelet, and look what happens. I don't know why, but it just did. So that's interesting.
Yeah, somebody was saying in the chat room, no, I'm not a Virgo. I'm a Virgo rising. I am a Leo sun. I was born in August.
Oh, okay.
So August 9th, same day as Whitney Houston.
Oh, yeah. August.
Not the same year, though, but same day.
Okay. So do y'all want me to ask him anything specific? Oh, what's everybody keeps asking me what my Lilith sign is or Venus sign is or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Oh, yeah. I think your Lilith was in Leo.
Okay.
If I had, I had your chart pull up very briefly. I was looking at it because you also had the the room's gonna get a trip out of this. You had the three of the 4 goddess asteroids. I think it was in Pisces.
Wow.
And it's funny because you got 3 stars also tattooed on you. It's very strange. Yeah.
And I got this on my 30th birthday or 33rd birthday. I don't know. 30th, I think. I don't even remember. One of those birthdays.
Yeah.
And
3 of the 4 goddess asteroids of Jupiter. I think one was his wife. The 3 others were his sisters. Some of that nature in the mythological story. So, but yeah.
Cool. Like confirmation there, huh?
Yeah. And I mean, if those 3 are goddesses, you are a Shira.
Star goddess.
Star goddess.
I don't know.
Star goddess.
That's
You
how
got
it
the stars and you got the goddess. See, and that's what I'm saying about astrology. It's not something that you can just put a chart in front of you and then think you're going to have all the answers. You really have to look at people, hear them. I know I haven't talked to you. This is the first time I've talked to you, but you have to see them and kind of observe, and then you start to see things about them manifest in the chart. Kobe Bryant, I did his chart too. And see, Kobe had a lot of tattoos. And so I found a website that had all his tattoos. And I mean, I kid you not. Now, a lot of people will say, well, I think his chart is this and I think his chart is that. But see, I use the person to actually validate the chart. And so when I started looking at when he died, and I went back and tried to rectify it in terms of when he was born, because he too, his dad lied about his age. Superstars are like that, so it's real hard to pin down. But when you start to look at the tattoos, his tattoos, they started lining up like crazy. It was just really weird. I'd have to go back to that document to see the exact tattoos, but that was one that stood out. And Michael Jackson, I know I spoke about that earlier, but when I was trying to rectify his chart, Lilith, we talked about that a couple of seconds ago. He had a Lilith return when that Pepsi commercial accident happened. And that was really telling for me because, that really changed his life. That was burns. That was an explosion. Burns, fell. I mean, it could have been career ending, right? And to me, a lot of people don't believe me, but Lilith is that type of energy. I know people go around talking about I'm Lilith this and Lilith that, but Lilith ain't no joke. When she comes, she loves to be seen, but she will F you up too if you don't know what you're doing.
That whole commercial was coded to me. Like when I saw, like he was coming downstairs. First of all, he was descending.
Yep.
And there were sparks flying everywhere.
Yeah.
And what color did he have on? White? Black and white? Or I don't know what color he had on. But anyway, he caught on fire. And he had to spin around he tried to spin around to get it out, and then they had to pat his head out. So to me, that's just code for entering back into the ionosphere and, you know, sacrificing some of your essence, melanin or whatnot. And that's what Lilith, you know, kind of represents, like that passage through. And in order, that was, I think it was a ritual to get into the game, like the majors. And so that's why he did that. And on the second Pepsi commercial that he did with Dangerous album, you know, I'm a Michael Jackson expert. He had a Lilith figure in the actual commercial, or the Dangerous album commercial Pepsi stuff going on.
What does it look like?
You can look it up on the internet. You can look it up on YouTube. Just look up Dangerous Pepsi commercial and you'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, he had her in there on the second one. And it's kind of like it lines up to what you said, but I think it was all planned, or it was a ritual, or that was his initiation into whatever. You know what I'm saying?
It very well could be. I mean, Lilith is always, in my experience, Lilith is always something that is on the front stage. It's never behind the scenes. I mean, it gets everybody's attention. I mean, everybody. I don't know. Are you familiar with that explosion that happened over in that foreign country that was caught on camera?
Beirut?
Yeah, I think it was somewhere over there. That happened on a Lilith day. I call it a double Lilith day because in astrology, there's a mean Lilith and there's a true Lilith. And anytime those two line up, you can count on something happening. Well, I'm in Nashville. I called it on my Facebook page that there was going to be some terrorist activity happening because Lilith was conjunct Uranus, I believe, December 26th. And then we had that explosion downtown. And, you know, but that's what I'm talking about. Lilith is never just kind of just a shock factor. It's like in your face, you're going to see me and you can't do anything about it. You know, and it's funny because it kind of goes with the mythological story that we know of Lilith too.
Right. So, and like, see, I would decode that totally different. I'm looking at the details that they're giving me on the news, where it happened at, the names of the buildings around, and that's how I put it together. Like the AT&T building, AT&T, like a dynamite. Dynamite means power. Power. Yeah. You know, I explained it. So I just went all into that, but I guess it all lines up anyway. And the Beirut, Lebanon explosion, that's actually in the Bible. They said, I will level your cedars in your city or something like that. And their flag is a cedar tree.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I forgot the book that it was in, but it's in the Bible somewhere. And it was because of how they treat certain people of color. That's what it was. The punishment was for. So, and they were very racist, and they treat people of darker complexion like, you know, prostitutes and slaves, even though they're just like domestic workers. They'll, like, you know, mistreat them. They can't go into certain places and da, da, da. So a lot of people were calling out the racism when it came to Lebanon, and I related it back to that Bible scripture, and that I will level the cedars in your city if you go against the people that I send to you. If you do not accept them or whatever, treat them good or whatever. That's in there. So they had to execute. I always say they're executing these. They had to execute that plan according to, you know, what time it was, because, you know, everything is just, even though you can look at it in astrology and ancient writings and whatever, and then you can see the code in the news story. So it's kind of like a checklist. Okay, this happened, so this happens next. So that's how I do my stuff. Like I've checked this off. Okay, this happened. Okay, and let me get the Book of Enoch. Let me get the Emerald Tablets. Let me get the Bible. Let me see all these books and what's going to happen next. So yeah, that's how I do it.
because of you, I ordered Billy Carson's book with the Emerald tablets, and I have, you know, if you're on my Instagram, you've seen I do a lot of alchemy too, and you know, I've read a lot of books on alchemy, but I wanted to get his book, you know, just to kind of see, because, you know, some people can write things and sometimes they're good, but sometimes they're not. I want to see if some of the books I've read have missed some things, and maybe he fills in some of those gaps that may exist in the books that I've read. Yeah. Oh,
so you haven't gotten it yet?
No, I ordered it. It should be here this week or next week. I got a whole bunch of stuff. I order so much stuff I can't even keep up with it. I got some more alchemical stuff today, and it's funny. One of the sellers sent me an email yesterday saying that one of the books I ordered was undeliverable, and I'm like, did I order that book? I had to literally go back in my order history on Amazon to see, did I order this? And sure enough, I did, but they're going to resend it. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that I order, and it's a lot of books that I have. And I urge everybody, you know, try to read as many books as you can, quality books, not just any book, but quality books that they can really help you.
I can tell you, like, I think you'll like it a lot because, like, between each, like, book or something, it stops and explains what it means and how it relates to science, quantum physics, or alchemy, or, you know, whatever. So I think you'll like it.
Okay.
It's like in between.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And also I use it like as a reference book as well. So whenever I need to go back and refer to one of the tablets and try to decode what it means on a higher level, you know, sometimes it's written in there, sometimes it's on a different level. So I think you'll like it though. It's just easier to kind of read for a beginner who doesn't know how to decode on that side. It kind of guides you through it. So do you have alchemy stuff? Like what did you buy?
Well, I got some overdue type of equipment. I have some crucibles. I have a big giant, well, I didn't order it recently, but I have a big giant granite crucible where I can grind up, you know, the herbs, the leaves and things like that. But I got like the little tiny crucibles. They're good for heating up. Well, it's a process, of course. You know, I do the extraction, and then after extraction, you know, you burn the herb, and then after that, you have to elevate it to a certain temperature, leave it there for a while, and so the crucibles are for that. And I have like this little knick-knack, things that I really should have already had and didn't have, little stoppers for my beakers. I broke my extractor. I had to get another one, but the guy I ordered from, he's real cool. And he sent the stuff really quick.
So you're a real alchemist.
Yeah.
You're over there mixing in stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? This is what they do in big pharma. You know, they're doing alchemical functions and then putting it in a pill and say, take this pill. It's supposed to help you, but the stuff don't work, you know, 90% of the time because they're not really being true with the alchemical processes. They're just pushing stuff out.
Right. They were the puffers. That's what I call them. They're supposed to be like preventative versus a quick cure.
Exactly. And alchemy is supposed to, I mean, it's a spiritual process that goes with it as well. I mean, you have to have respect for the things that you're working with. But it's you're doing the work, but it's also working on you at the same time.
I used to make tinctures, but I'm not as advanced as you. I don't have all that fancy equipment. But I also understand like the process of waiting, extracting, you know, the patience, the trial and error, the you know, waiting for the right season, not rushing something, just, you know, to say you have something. So it kind of makes you you know, think, prepare, patience, you know, all of that good stuff. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
And with what you're saying doesn't it make sense then if you're patient, you're taking your time and you're putting care with it and all of those things, that at the end you would have a product that is going to benefit you. But if you look at big pharma, what are they doing? They're mass producing this stuff. So they're making stuff when the planetary aspects go with it as well. So if you're making something at an inopportune time, what you're going to be creating poison, not
true
medicine. So all that stuff goes with it. But yeah, alchemy, it's interesting. I like to do it, and you don't need the fancy equipment. I mean, it just kind of helps you do things a little bit faster. But I mean, you just need a glass, to do the tincture.
Someone is asking about what are the book titles that you were talking about that you had delivered or waiting on. They want to know your books.
Oh shoot, I got so many books here.
Well, just name some off the top of your head.
I may. Well, they're right here in my office. So
okay.
I mean, I have a new American ephemeris. I have asteroid ephemeris.
What's an ephemeris?
What's that?
I said, what's an ephemeris? Like, I really don't know.
What you use for astrology when you're looking at the motion of the planets and everything.
Okay.
Daily planetary guide. I have a predictive astrology book. What I may do is I may take pictures of these and just put them on Instagram. Might be easier because there's a ton of books here. Cosmic clock timing the financial markets using the planets, the cycle of the year. These are probably more advanced books, but and I like to get the older ones too. I have a modern textbook of astrology. Technical analysis.
You want to see my astrology book? You're gonna laugh.
What kind of book you got?
Oh, sorry.
Financial Astrology Almanac 2020. I got a book that you recommended, Nikola Tesla.
Oh yeah, that's a good book.
The Secret Relationship. Oh yeah, I can't see the title. I'm on delay, I think, with the video.
But it's thick.
But
I have two more this thick, and it's like birthday.
Oh, okay.
I have a birthday one, a relationship one, and like some other one. I don't know.
Okay. That doesn't look like a bad book right there.
It's not. It has like all these numbers in it.
It's got what?
It has like charts and stuff in it. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it has like celebrities, matches you with every sign, like Gemini 1, 2, 3 with Pisces 1, 2, 3, whatever. And like, here's a page. I'm gonna hold it up. I don't know, I'm just turning it to a random page. And so it kind of goes into what is best, like marriage, friendship, or just business partner. So you know who not to marry.
Like synastry.
Yeah. Like it's so like, don't marry this person, but you can work with them, or don't marry this person, you can just be their friend. But I don't really go by this. I just bought it because it was cheap on sale, and I used it in some earlier videos. I'm not really as into astrology as people would like me to be, but that's good because I like to learn from other people as well. And it's refreshing sometimes when you don't know about something and somebody else can tell you. And so you become the student. So go ahead.
Yeah. That astrology book is interesting. I might have to check that one out. But yeah, I kind of have a mini library going on in my office right behind me, but I got books upstairs too. But I'll try and post them, like I said, on Instagram, and people can look and, but again, some of these books, I'm not gonna lie, some of these books are expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to get older books because I don't know. Sometimes I feel, I know some of them have been altered, especially the ones I use for financial astrology. Because I follow a gentleman probably one of the most successful men in astrology and financial markets. And it's been documented. They've changed his books, but he used to write in code. Isn't that interesting? He would code his books because you couldn't talk about astrology back then. You know, they'd probably arrest you, but he was giving financial advice. And back then in the 40s, to talk about astrology and finances and trading on Wall Street, but he was the most successful man doing it. Wow. And I think he made $54+ million back in the 1940s. Yeah,
that's a lot. And he's like,
yeah.
I think Nikola Tesla writes in code as well. So when you read that book, a lot of his stories and letters and stuff, it's just basically code.
Exactly. And so that's why I like to get some of the older books versus some of the newer ones. But I mean, sometimes people are asking stupid prices for these books, but I got a volume of 6 books, and it was like $700 for all of them. It's stupid. but
it's an investment.
What's that?
It's an investment to get you paid, right?
Well, exactly. I'm trying to make sure I don't want to leave any stone uncovered. I mean, I'm very successful in the trading that I do. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm very successful. And I'm comfortable in saying I have some of the nuggets, but I want to make sure I'm not leaving any stone unturned. So, you know, that's the Mars and Virgo in me. I'm very determined, very aggressive with my analysis. And I want to make sure I have everything and know what that guy knew. And I think I'm getting close, but, you know, we'll see. I'm not right 100% of the time, but
most of the time.
I've wanted to trade. Yeah, I've wanted to trade for quite a while, but it was real hard to do. Now I'm able to do it on a more consistent basis, and I'm really impressed with what I'm doing.
So what's the, I don't want to get into your financial business, but what's like one of the biggest astrological payoffs in the stock market that you have, you know, predicted and profited off of?
Well, I don't know if I can link this one to astrology per se, mm-hmm. but I did tell people back in 2017 to get into Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. I have Pluto in the 2nd house, and that governs finances, currency, and money.
Does that mean you're good with money? Because, you know, you have to talk to me like I don't know astrology, because I don't.
Well, I mean, Pluto is pretty much transformation and revolution and just seeing things in a different way. Mm-hmm. So I tend to think that I have that type of vision when it comes to money. Mm-hmm. I don't see it as money anyway. You know, when I trade, it's more like competition, you know, and I'm very competitive, but, so I like to win on the trades. But going back to your question, I would say Bitcoin would probably have to be the biggest one, because if you got in back then and held till now, I mean, you would be very well off. As far as it goes for me, I know that I can reveal, I don't have a problem with that.
Don't say the number, because you know your DM's gonna be full.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I ain't worried
okay,
about that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I made at least 50K and mm-hmm. plus, because Bitcoin just shot up while we're on the phone. I told you guys to buy it, and I know mm-hmm. it's still going up. It's still going to go up to all-time highs. But so it's 50K plus. That's not counting the things that I have in my other investment accounts. Mm-hmm. So, but that's just that one trade. So
one trade, you made 50K.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but that was over. That's been holding since 2017, though. So, I mean, mm-hmm. that's 4 years. But really, the way I look at it and the method that I use, it's winning trades on a more consistent basis. That's what adds up over time. So think about it. If someone just made $2,000 every 2 weeks, right, over 26 weeks in a year, mm-hmm. $2,000, I mean, that's $52,000.
Mm-hmm.
And 2,000 to me, that's not hard.
Mm-mm.
Right. You know, so that's just a low baseline approach and way to look at it. But it does take practice. I'm not telling everybody to go out and trade tomorrow. It does take time. And it takes analysis. You have to know what you're doing. But I use astrology, like I mentioned earlier. My system is to get even deeper with it to where I will have a roadmap for the whole year and knowing when's the best time and when's the time to get out, because a lot of trading is not about how much you win, but it's also avoiding the losses.
Right. That's interesting, because I'm like the creative type. I'm not into numbers. I'm not into all that extra, memorization of stuff. Just look, give me something I can decode and like coordinate or whatever. But I think that's cool that you have that aspect, because I would not, like, I'd have to hire somebody to do all that. Just like I have to hire an accountant, because I don't know the names of any forms. Like, I don't know. I will act dumb on purpose just so I don't have to deal with it. So I think that's cool, but I would never understand what you're saying if you don't speak in layman's terms, because I don't know astrology like that. And I don't think I was ever pulled to it for a reason. It's because maybe I'm supposed to be pulled to something else, like the decoding stuff. But at the same time, I still find it interesting and how it lines up, and it's very accurate, because I read my horoscope. I don't ever read my horoscope, right? And I read it after. I always try to read it after, because I don't want to think that I'm creating that in my mind. So I always read it after, the month after, to see if it lined up. So, and it did, it did. And I was like, wow, this stuff's probably true, but I'm not going to read it before, because if I read it before, it may sabotage it a little bit, and it wouldn't be as true. So do you read yours?
Yeah, I look at mine, and I look at people I know. I kind of like to, like I said, my mother, she was having a hard time health-wise as she got older. So yeah, I looked at hers and looked ahead and tried to see, like, okay, is she gonna pass away? Is she not? Is she gonna make it? What can I do? And it's crazy, because I was going through my Saturn opposition at the time that she had really bad health. It was rough. It was rough, but it's sad to see. But I kept reading her chart, and I'm like, there's nothing good coming out of this. But I peek into it, but you got to be careful, and that's the thing about astrology, and that might be why I don't get in on the angle, because you'll see on Facebook everybody's reading natal charts and people are using tarot cards. I don't like to do all that, because sometimes you don't want to know. Well, it's not roses all the time when you read an astrology chart. Mm-hmm. You can really find some stuff in there that's not, you don't want to know. And it's there. So it really exposes some good and it exposes some bad, but it's how the person works with the energy too. So if you tell somebody something in their chart that isn't necessarily positive, how are they going to take that energy? Are they going to use it in a way to transform themselves, or are they going to use it in a way that, they get depressed about it?
Well, like you said, the same reason I had to stop reading cards, because they don't want to hear it anyway. Even if you're going to tell them, like, oh, he cheating on you, child. No, he not. He love you, and he love her too.
Exactly.
So he love her too.
Exactly. So that's why I don't even get it. That's too people like for me. I like to get into it and use the numbers, and because numbers don't care, right? Mm-hmm. I numbers just tell you what to do.
Right.
They're going to tell me to trade, or they're going to tell me not to trade. They're going to tell me how much I can trade, or, do something else today. So that's what I love about numbers and the numerology. I try to incorporate that a little bit as well. I'm not an expert in numerology though, by any means, but I do have books on it. But just like I said, it's like you get pulled to certain things, and then, you know, you're kind of like, oh, I'm going to leave that over there. I'm diving into this. And I'm glad I kind of dove into this area as hard as I did, because there was a couple of books that just really opened my eyes. And I'm like, whoa. And took me down the rabbit hole. And so now I'm really developing the message that I need to be successful. And
well, that's good.
That's what I would encourage everybody to do, is just develop. It's not going to be the same for everybody. You know, develop your own method that works for you to help you be successful in life, relationships, finances, whatever it may be. And
that's true, because like if you look at the history of all the greats, no one did everything exactly the same. They all had their own crazy methods to success. And so there's a way you know, to do something, and it doesn't have to be a systematic way that society pushes us to conform to. Because what if that's not your niche? What if, you know, if you had learned, you know, a certain thing and everybody had to do the same thing, but like, for example, I'm not good at that type of stuff. So I would have miserably failed if I had to use astrology to, well, I don't know, I won't say that, but I might not have been as good as, you know, I am in a different department. So I think that's why it's cool that people are doing their own thing in a different way and not being like subjected to only following one way or doing it in a certain order, because you can get good results, but you should be able to find it on your own. So that's what's cool.
In your own way. And that's something that even astrology will show you. It'll show you your strong points, your weak points. But it doesn't necessarily mean your weak point has got to be the one you don't focus on. Maybe you develop it and then it becomes your strong point.
True.
I mean, energy works both ways. And it's all about how we work with the energy that's been given to us and gifted to us. And, you know,
okay, so I have a question
to support that energy, and you can go above and beyond.
I have a question. So I always say this, I don't know if it's wrong or if it has to do with the time you were born and the energies that were around when you were born. But let's say if you got on like a spaceship and went outside of this solar system and you're no longer within the planets, or, you know, would astrology no longer exist for you? Could you not work with it anymore? Or would you have to find out the star system you were in and chart that and learn it?
Well, that's a good question. I'll throw my 2 cents on that. So, but let's say this. Let's look at it both ways. Let's say, one, you were born on Earth. If you're born on Earth, well, at the time of your birth, the stars, where the moon was, where the sun was, all of that stuff had a particular aspect on you at the time of birth. That was the energy that was bestowed upon you as you came out of the womb. That's who you're going to be regardless.
Okay.
So if you're born on Earth, I think those energies stay with you. But let's say my mom was pregnant with me and had me on Venus. Well, now we're talking about a whole nother bag of energy, because on Venus, Mercury might have been in one place, the sun might have been in another place, Jupiter might have been somewhere else. That's a whole nother birth chart right there.
Do you think this is why they named, I'm sorry, do you think this is why they named the gods after the planets and their attributes, like the energies that they were receiving or that they had bestowed upon them?
Like which gods?
Like Mercury, Jupiter, because, like, you know, what Mercury's is what Hermes. Mercury's Hermes. Jupiter is what, Zeus.
It can be Zeus, or I'm not good with the mythology. I gotta actually read Zeus, or the other guy. There's Greek and Roman.
Oh,
there's another one.
Someone says Zeus. Y'all help us out in the comments. I don't know the
Saturn. Yeah, Saturn's Cronus. I can't remember. There's another name that goes with it, but I mean, you're correct. I mean, whether it's Greek, Latin, or whatever, they have their own name for these deities. Even Egypt has its own name for these deities too. And but they all correspond back to, you know, what we may call today Mercury, you know, Jupiter. Now how they got their names, I mean, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, because like Zeus, he was like, he lived on top of Mount Olympus and he threw lightning down and he had a bunch of kids, you know, Hercules was one of his kids. So like, then they have like all the moons and then the wives, and it's like the stories, the mythology was basically astrology and code.
Yes. Yes.
So if you,
yes.
I think if you read astrology, I read the Odysseus, and it goes right along with an asteroid that, or a star or some type of thing that will come and go in the cosmos. So the story is like basically saying when an asteroid will return. And I think if you're astrology minded, you would see that and decode it. So I think if you would like Greek mythology because it's all astrology.
Yeah, and I do have a few books on that, and I know a little bit. Like they talk about Saturn and how he was very jealous of his children, and he would always destroy them by eating them, right? And his wife, who was I think it was Gaia, Earth, yeah. She, you know, she was sitting around. She got tired of that happening because here she was always having these kids, and then he would eat them. And I believe it was, I hope I'm not getting the planets confused. Well, yeah. And then Jupiter was born, and somehow she wrapped a rock in, yeah, is it Rhea? Somebody saying it. She wrapped a rock in what would be like baby swaddling blanket or whatever, and he ate that thinking it was Jupiter. But then instead, Jupiter went on somewhere else to study, became strong, came back and kicked his dad's ass, you know. And so, to me, I think, yes, if people understand mythology, you will have a very good insight into planetary dominance, maybe, and the energy that each of them have and how it played out maybe in the mythological stories, which, you know, date back whenever. But that's kind of what I used when I was looking at the Trump Biden, because I'm like,
so,
okay.
Can I stop you right there?
Beats Saturn.
You said Jupiter always beats Saturn, but what about the conjunction?
Well, what about it?
Does that have anything to do with the legend? Like comes back to beat Saturn?
Well, in terms of the conjunction, you can, like I said, we have to be open-minded when it comes to astrology. You can't be very rigid. I look at it as a severe conflict. Because both of them are together. They're in close proximity. I think they said astronomically, not astrologically, but astronomically, they were the closest they had been in 800 years to Earth. But keep in mind, Jupiter and Saturn always conjunct every 20 years. That's a cycle. And they didn't tell people about that in the media. So everybody's like, oh, it's conjunct, it's conjunct. Well, it's every 20 years. You can go back. I even got the dates. But I had to look it up because I was like, wait a minute, that's a cycle. But when I see that, I see deep conflict because Jupiter and Saturn, we'll go back to the story. If we can use the story as a reference, that was conflict there between father and son. You know, where the father was trying to defeat the son and he didn't win, you know. So, yes, I think COVID disappears one day, but right now we're going through the conflict. And we have to remember that just because the conjunction happened in December, the sidereal influence is what I will call it, the star influence is still there. It has to dwindle away. So it was the most during December 24th, 25th, somewhere around there, 21st. And then it dwindles away, but it's going to take a long time because we're dealing with the gas planets. They're slow movers. Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. They're slow moving planets. So that's why I don't think COVID goes away, because there's deep conflict again. You know, it's really putting us in a depressed area where we have to watch these planets duel it out. And then, you know, we will see who the victor is, which, you know, is going to be Jupiter anyway. We know that. So, and Jupiter is abundance. So when it's over and done with, hey,
go get paid.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you know, Jupiter is our abundance planet. Embrace it.
So abundance, and as the Saturn, you know, duel it out, all the energy duels out. That's what we're going to be going through. That's the COVID, right? Or the COVID with life. That's how I translate it.
I looked at it like this. I use some of what you teach with the code, because I said, well, Saturn is Cronus. Cronus.
And there's a
virus.
crown on the top of Saturn. A blue hexagon.
Wait, I missed that?
I said there's a crown on top of Saturn. It's a blue hexagon. If you look at the picture. No, you go look at the picture of Saturn. There's like, I'll look it up. There's like a picture of Saturn and there's a blue crown
about
on it.
The NASA pictures. Oh, okay.
There's a blue crown on it. Let me look at it.
Well, yeah. I always looked at it when coronavirus first hit. I said, well, the way that it sounds like, if you say it slow, corona, it kind of goes together. And that's where I got the Saturn aspect of it.
You see it on the screen?
Saturn, where's the crown? Oh, okay.
The
That's
corona. And
okay. I see how you're using it. Okay. And that's something new. I've never seen that on Saturn before in the NASA pictures.
It says, for a period of 7 months in 2017, NASA's Hubble Space Telescope took a series of images using ultralight auroras. So this is at the North Pole of Saturn. And there's an aurora that formed similarly to the way the ones do on Earth. It formed on there, and that's what they got on the Hubble telescope. So,
well, that's interesting.
So the corona virus.
Yeah, that's tight. Yeah, that's real tight. I wouldn't have looked at that. I very rarely look at the NASA.
And you know what the aurora is, right?
I kind of vaguely remember seeing.
You know what the aurora is, right? Those are souls.
Yeah.
That's plasma. Light.
Yeah,
plasma.
See, that's where I let you'll school me on all that stuff. I like that. I like that though, because see, it'd be very hard for me to envision that. I don't know. I'm very mathematical, and I calculate and do all that stuff. But when you say that, it does make you wonder, and it opens up the other side of the coin, I guess.
And so if you look up what the word virus means, like this is how I do my stuff. It means, hold on, let me get the definition. Something that poisons the mind or soul. It also represents like an illness, causative agent of an infectious disease, like a disease. Like this time is a diseasement. A lot of people are going through a lot of stuff because of the Saturn aspect, like you said. So that is a dis-ease in many people. They're not eased at this time. And so I guess you could just go on and read and do the etymology of the words too. But the way the language is written, like you said, in code, tells you also what's going on in astrology, as well as when they put like, oh, coronavirus is out and is a disease. And so I guess the conjunction being so close and a lot of this frequencies coming into the earth, it will put a lot of people at a dis-ease, you know?
Yes, exactly. And that even goes back to the conjunction, is that conflict. You know, you're not going to be very comfortable at this time, you know, at all, when people are fighting and dueling in the universe there.
You know how I was listening to that Nas album, the King's Disease?
Wow.
So, you know, I think he put that out around, you know, what was it, a month ago? King's disease, like Cronus was the king.
Yeah. And if you look at the glyph of Saturn or Cronus, it's kind of like a little Jesus symbol. And then it sits on top of like this little, almost looks like a throne. Looks like a broken throne almost.
Yeah, the album cover?
Or a broken chair.
Yeah. You talking about the album cover?
No, I'm just talking about this astrological sign. It's a little cross, and then it looks like a chair. Yeah, it looks like maybe a broken chair, like the leg of the chair is broken, falling over, you know.
That's a reaper. That's a sickle.
Grim Reaper.
Yeah,
death, destruction.
Okay, you want to see Nas's album cover?
Yeah, let's check it out.
For King's Disease. Okay. You know what? I could pull it up, but I'm too lazy. But I'm gonna just show it on my phone real quick. So I'll try to pull it up on the screen because you're not gonna be able to see it. So hold on. Album. I'm glad I have this screen share thing so that everybody can see it at the same time. Okay, now I'm gonna bring it up. Click on the thing. I hate these stupid pop-up ads. Hold on. Okay, so hold on, I'm almost there. Y'all know I'm new at this. Okay. Screen. Okay, it's gonna pop up in a second. Here it is. So, oh man, I didn't even get the whole picture. I'm so mad. Okay, well anyway, why not just give me a little piece of picture? It's terrible. Hold on.
Is that it with the red angel demons, or what is that?
Yeah. Let's see. Image. I just want the image. The big image. Here we go. They make you go through 1,000 websites. I'm like, ugh. And then they don't show the whole picture. Oh, here it is. All right, so I'm just gonna blow it up. So it looks like an altar. Can you see it? Can y'all see that? Oh, is it a delay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see a altar with a crown.
Oh shoot!
Like a golden crown in it.
Hold on. Oh, here we go. All right, can y'all see that now? All right, I think it's up there. All right, so this is it. It's like it looks like a tombstone, a throne, and an altar with these red angel cherubim and flowers. So I already know what these codes mean. And there's like on this chair, there's like some X's. Are these astrology symbols right here? I don't know. Well, it's very interesting. Probably have to decode it and break it down at one point. But it looks like...
See, you get into the details, man. You're like looking way deep in that picture. Whoa.
There's no one sitting on it, but the little cherub is taking the crown. This dude right here, he has something in his hand, you see? And he's like carving something in stone, and then the stone is split between kings and diseased. And it's like a mirror, see? I don't know. It's really weird. I'd have to look at that and be in my mind.
Whoa.
But like this, a lot of this album art is all code and telling you stuff, because like I can get a lot of stuff out of this. Like if I just sit there and decode this whole thing, like see, here's the snake right here. I don't know. Could just, yeah, there's a snake right there. Anyway, there looks like they're in a garden. So it's just having all these things together. And it's just, I bet someone could have a field day decoding that. All right. Let me get off of this. All right.
Yeah, that's, see what I'm saying? You have an eye for all of that stuff. I'd never even be able to tell all that looking at it. I mean, I would be like, yeah, something's going on here, but I wouldn't be able to decode that at all. That's interesting. That's eye-opening too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wonder why they're red. So there's a lot of symbols in that image, right? So did you want to say anything else? Because I don't know. I think this is almost 4 hours. I think I gotta hit it.
We've been talking for a minute. Yeah, I picked up this book real quick because I was like, something's not sitting right with me. But that mythological story we were talking about earlier with the planet it was Uranus who was killing his kids. He was married to Gaia, Earth. Mm-hmm. And I believe those two had Saturn. They ended up killing Uranus. So this is where Saturn learns all of this killing and stuff. Is he did it. He killed Uranus, which was his father. And then Jupiter kills Saturn, who was his father.
So they keep killing their daddies.
But there's a lot of killing going on with these planets. But yeah, I wanted to clear that up though. But yeah, these are crazy times right now. But I think if people are tuned into your channel and being made aware and conscious of some of these things, they'll be able to avoid a lot of pitfalls, which your chat is very thankful, to have you streaming and talking about this type of stuff.
Well, I'm happy that they're happy. That's good.
Definitely.
So, whenever I hear about like killing of a father or killing the father, because even like in the Bible, Jesus talks about that. He says that whoever don't hate his father, can't follow me. I don't know if I don't know the verse, but I just know that's what he said. And so people keep wondering, what is it with this father thing? I'm talking about the earthly father, or the father that birthed or gave life or an energy to something. And I think it has to do with the energy of that. So it could also be like the sun sign would represent the divine masculine, right? And so that may be the father. So you were just under a different star or a sign. And so like when the sun returns, the ascendant, right? I'm just saying, I don't know, I'm trying. It takes that personality trait may take over from like you said, I'm a Pisces, right? And like when the return comes, like you could be in your different personality, and then that personality would take over, or that aspect would take over. I don't know. I'm just kind of like brainstorming out loud, but
yeah,
I could see
in like a progressed chart, that could be the case, because a progressed chart over time, you start to see a different ascendant. So if you were to take like, there's one system that says 1 day equals 1 year, right? So for each year, you can move the wheel, 1 degree, and then you'll be able to see, like, in that number of years, what will be my ascendant? Like, you're being reborn again after those number of years. So if you're like a 29 degree Sagittarius, after that first year, you would be a progressed Capricorn.
Right.
And then after 30 years, you'd be an Aquarius.
Right. And then that goes along with all of that stuff that they, you got to be reborn through the sun and all this kind of stuff. So, everything is basically astrology and code and predictions and all. Everything is just done that way so people can figure it out. And I don't know what.
Probably the beginning, though. I think you're probably on to the second or third dimension of it, because astrology is, it's elementary. Anybody can learn that piece of it. But to go beyond it, that's where we start to look at this 2-dimensional natal chart in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th dimensions, and that's where you start to really bring out insight, knowledge, truth, all of that, and things that are useful for people. And so code, I think, is a very big part of it, because you can look at things and with what you just said, you're definitely right and onto something, because I look at the planets in a method of how they move. So we said the gas planets move slow, but let me use Mars, for instance. Mars is always, he's in between. He's in between Jupiter, which is a slow planet, but he's also in between the sun. And Mars is always trailing behind the sun. He's like the sergeant. He's the one who's watching his back, and he's ready to throw down if somebody tries to come after the sun. Whereas the sun is the king, right? You got to protect the king at all times. So, Mars is like that planet that watches over the sun, and says, hey. And then you have Mercury out there, who's really the surveillance, like, hey, make a way for the king. And, this is his pathway. He's coming through the same area of the sky, but Mercury travels very fast to get the reconnaissance, so to speak, and make sure there's no danger and things like that. He moves very fast. And yes, Mars is the soldier, he's the sergeant, he's the soldier, he's the one he's the protector, aggressor, all of those things, if you rub it in the wrong way. But he's also a disciplinarian. He's disciplined, focused, when used in the right manner. So it's not just all muscle, but there's some positive aspects that go along with that as well. So yeah, I look at the planets in terms of their motion as well. And that's what the ephemeris helps with, is the motion and how these planets move. And when you start to study that, you see how these planets move over time. And then you start to say, oh, the energy is going to last this long or that long, or it's just going to be real quick, And even the moon gets its reputation off of that, because it moves very fast and erratic. And what do we associate with the moon is emotions. 1 minute we could be crying, next minute we'll be laughing. Some people laugh and cry at the same time. It just doesn't make sense sometimes. Or we can, cry when something's funny. It's, it is what it is. But planetary motion is real important.
Have you read the Book of Enoch?
I haven't. No, I've seen you post that up, and it's made me scratch my head. Like, oh man, do I want to read that? Am I going to understand?
You'll see the astrology. It talks a lot about astrology. Like, this was written a long time ago, and they talk about the stars in the sky, but they call them beasts, like the 7 beasts. You know, one was huge. You'll understand what they were describing, and they talk about the stars. And it may, like, since you know astrology, you may see something in that I didn't see. But since I knew the code, I knew how to decode certain things to see what was coming. That's how it's like, oh, sickness is coming. But they also put astrology code in there too, which I didn't know anything about the planets, but I knew they were describing the planets, but I couldn't tell you the astrology behind it. I just thought, oh, they're talking about the planets and the positions. That one of them said that Mercury would, I don't know if it was Book of Enoch or the Odysseus. I can't remember which one it was because I was reading 3 books at the same time. So
I'm the same way.
It's one of them. Well, anyway, it says that one of the planets or Mars gets hit or like they collide and something, I don't know. I don't know. It could have been something historical or something coming in the future. So I think you should read that one because it uses the name. There's no decoding in it. It just tells you. You know.
I'll have to check that one out there. And I've seen you post it up, and I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, get it like you got it. But I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, it's like the Odyssey or something like that, and he has to go back to get his wife, and his wife is like a moon on Jupiter or something like that. But they use the story like characters, but really it's just that planet or asteroid or something returning, or the I don't know, to the moon, which is his wife. But when you read the story, you'll be able to tell the astrology. But I know nothing about astrology, so I think you would. That's what I'm saying. You should read it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll definitely do that.
I don't think it's that long, or is it? I don't know. I probably didn't read the whole thing. I probably just read until I got what I was looking for.
I'm looking at the chat right now. It's kind of
what?
Yeah, you got a lot of astrological heads in there.
I know. I see. So you said Jupiter rules Sagittarius. Shira, what is the story about the 2 lovers been separated, and that's how the world became sick? What did you find? Where did you find that story? That's the one I'm talking about. Odysseus, the Odyssey of something. I don't know. Odyssey. It's like
Space Odyssey.
No, it's just, I don't know if it's Odysseus or the Odyssey of something.
Oh.
It's some Greek story. I'll look it up and I'll find it. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. It's one of my old videos. Y'all know I don't remember names. Good. I think it was.
I'm the same way.
I think the guy's name was Odysseus.
And then I'm like, I can tell you the gist.
That's all I know. Oh, the guy's name is Odysseus or something like that. So that's all I
think I know which one you're talking about then.
The Odyssey, his name is Odysseus. See, I was right. Thank you, AB. Okay. I knew it was something like that. I did remember.
Yeah. This is that stuff that they try to get us to read in school, and I never read it.
I didn't either until I got old and was looking for something. Like I was actually looking for something. I know what it was.
They used to give us all this stuff, and I'm like, I ain't read that.
I know what it was. I was decoding the name of one of the moons, and it led me to that his lover's or his wife's name. And then I looked up the name, and then it says, oh, wife of Odysseus. I'm like, well, let me go ahead and read Odysseus. Ooh, this sounds like, and then it goes into like Mars will smash into this and that. I'm like, what? So that's how I start to read stuff. Like I'll decode the name, and I'm like, then it leads me to this, and then it leads me to that. That's how I was led to that. But it adds up, and it tells you about a lot of stuff that's going to happen. So I think that's important to read, and it lines up with the Book of Enoch for some reason.
Okay.
Like the changes in the sky, so the astrology lines up.
Yeah, on a slightly different flavor. There's that book. Some people will know about it. Behold the Pale Horse.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think I sent that to you one day. But that's an interesting book because it was written back in the early 80s, I want to say, maybe 70s or 80s. And the stuff that's in there a lot of it has come to pass. You know, what he was talking about. But he had like military clearance and stuff like that with the military. So he knew things, and then he put stuff in the book. But anybody that wants that book, you got to get the earlier editions because they're starting to take stuff out of that in these later publications of the book. They take a lot of the good stuff out. But he was the one that wrote about silent weapons for quiet wars and things of that nature, and talking about big pharma and I mean all that stuff. We're learning about it now. A lot of people are conscious. You know, we say the conscious community, but that book was probably conscious before anybody was using that term.
Mm-hmm. So,
you know?
Yeah, like I guess they had to hide it so they could, you know, people wouldn't catch on. But I think a lot of people already caught on. They weren't slick.
Yeah, but that's a really good book to just kind of get people aware, you know, that there's a lot of other things going on and behind the scenes, you know, with these families and rituals and stuff like that. It's more along those lines. It gets away from the, you know, astrological piece, but it's more along the what's going on in society type books.
Someone said they killed him. They killed the author.
I've heard that. I don't know if someone killed. He died, but I don't know how he died. If someone killed him or not. But yeah, he definitely died.
Mm.
It wasn't that long ago. I don't think. Maybe a few years ago.
Oh well, sad.
But the book is a classic, though. It's really interesting, and you know, since we're talking about these types of things, it's, you know, in terms of prophecy and things to come and stuff like that. And I don't think he wrote it to be prophetic, but he wrote it to more inform people, and it ends up being prophetic, you know.
I think that's how everything ends up, because like you know how they say, you know, we are made of stardust, and so if astrology is accurate, then, you know, we're the energy responding to the cosmos, right? So we're like the computer, or the quantum computer of the stars and the planets and stuff, so we can kind of put out that information, because that's what we're made out of.
Exactly. And that going back to alchemy, that's what they teach in terms of you know, we talk about herbs and being powerful. Well, that's the whole thing, is each herb may have a specific time that it blooms, and therefore it gets certain planetary energies, and that's why it has the effect that it has to heal certain areas of the body. So, you know, knowing the planetary ruler of the herb, that's what you use when you go into the alchemical process of creating the tinctures and the elixirs, and then you get the elevated benefits of that herb by taking it through the alchemical process, because the stars coming down on it, and you know, you have some herbs that are only at night, so they get more moon energy. You have some that only bloom in the summertime or the springtime, so they might have more sun energy, you know, like dandelion, for instance. But that's sort of the quality, and whether it has a cool quality, a warming quality, a healing quality, it really goes into it. And there's books out there that speak about, you know, which herbs are ruled by what day and what planet and all of that good stuff, so that, you know, when you do the alchemical process, you can pick the specific day and when the aspects of the planets are right and all that, and get the most out of it.
I'll be like, have fun. I'll be like, have fun. I'll be like, have fun. I'll be over here decoding this book. Go ahead, plan your month out for your herbs and stuff. I'm too lazy for that. I guess that's my Pisces, because like I'm not finna do all of that. I don't know. I just like it's too much. Just like being a teacher and planning out your courses and lesson plan. I would never. I'm just like, okay, class, take out your pen and paper, and I'm gonna tell y'all a story. Take notes.
It's not that hard, really. It's really not that hard. I mean, it takes more effort to research it, I think, than to actually do it. You know, and do it the right way. Because that was what I was always worried about. I was like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it wrong, and all that. So that's why I like to read, and I don't want to do something wrong, you know, waste my time doing it. So, you know, you read, and you know, eventually things start lining up. You can start to whittle away, you know, the BS and get to the facts of what's really supposed to happen. And some people, they'll write wrong stuff, you know, sometimes in their books, and it's like, gee whiz, you know.
Somebody wants to know your North Node, whatever that is.
My North Node?
In the comments, they're asking.
I got to look at my own chart, because I don't even look at my own chart that much. My North Node is in Sag.
Okay. What's a North Node anyway, and what's mine?
It's the position. North Nodes actually, I should know more about them in financial astrology, because they tend to change the trends. But North Node is usually, and the chat may be able to correct me on this, I want to say it's like your, look for the word.
Someone says your destiny.
Yeah, your aspiration. I was going to say aspiration, but yeah, destiny is a good word too. You know, it's kind of your goal where you're trying to move toward, and then your South Node would be on that same axis.
Blissful Cosmic Water said, my North Node is in Virgo. Mine.
Oh, cool.
So what does that mean? My destiny is in North. I don't know.
Well, that would mean you're there to help people, because Virgo is the sign of. Well, it's really. I'd like to use the word community. You know, building community and helping community. Virgo, and but using your mind to do it, because Virgo's ruled by Mercury as well. It has that Mercury type of flavor to it, and that's really kind of what I do too in my community. I help my community, and I use my smarts to do it.
Do you know my other tattoo?
No.
It's Michael Jackson's eyes on my right arm right here. So.
Oh wow.
That's kind of cool. I guess because he's a Virgo, and I don't know. I thought that was interesting because you were talking about the tattoos.
I have to look back at the chart. I looked briefly at it. I think I had the right dates and stuff, but yeah, I briefly looked at it. I don't memorize the chart. I mean, it's crazy with astrology, because I have so many charts around me, and it's like you'll talk to someone and they're like, well, what's going on here? What's going on? And I'm like, man, I don't even remember what the chart looked like, but you know, you remember the important stuff though, you know, like the major sun signs and the ascendant. At least that's what I do. But yeah, people will ask me about my chart, and I'm like, what?
It says, Blissful Cosmic Water says, that's why you're disciplined with your daily work. You balance it with your Pisces sun. Pisces can be all over the place. Plus, you help service people to level up. That's, I guess.
Yeah. And that's what Virgos do. They're service to the people, you know. But
I guess that's why I've been on here for 4 hours. But you know, I said, I guess that's why I've been on here for 4 hours, huh?
Exactly. You know, and you know, you have that Gemini energy, so you can talk. But it seems like I do too, because I'm talking just the same.
Yeah, I guess so. But like sometimes I don't want to talk, and then sometimes, like if it's a topic that I'm interested in, I'll just talk forever. All right.
Yeah. I think most people are probably like that. Yeah, I have Gemini midheaven, so it's in my 10th house.
Okay. So Blue Black, she's saying from Google, co is the root word of together. Vid represents the root, it means to see, and can be rephrased as to what's happening now. That we are all opening our eyes together. We see together. Wow. Revelations, right? Reveal. That's interesting. Thank you for that.
I looked that up the other day. I didn't
Put that back
vid.
up. Well,
See, I was trying to do all that stuff, but I couldn't get it.
Like there's several meanings to different words. That's why you can get several meanings, but they all go together. Like they all make sense. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Though. I'm gonna leave it up for a second.
Yeah, if anybody's in astrology, one thing that I think is very fascinating, look at the daily chart, you know, and do a summary of it, and then watch the news. I kid you not. You would think they get the news directly from the chart. I'm serious. You know, because you will, and the code in astrology, it will decode back out in the news, and it's like, what?
That's why I think it's already planned. You have to just execute it.
I mean, it is like that, and I'm like, this is either a sick joke or
it's a joke.
You know, yeah.
The planetarium. We're in a planetarium, and it's set like a clock, and the fourth dimension controls it.
Yep.
That would be like,
I will do that sometimes. I'll look out maybe a week ahead of time, or I'll see a strange aspect. I'm like, oh, let's see what happens here, you know, to get the flavor of the week or something like that, and then watch the news over the next few days, you know, after you've done that, and you will be like, wow.
Okay,
you know,
so I
take my notes.
This just hit my mind. So, okay, So you know how on 2D or 3D, we have a clock that measures, the clock basically measures the sun, right? So our time is based on, you know, astrology. So what if astrology is just a clock or a watch for 4D? And we are the mechanisms in 3D that make that watch work, or whatever.
Well, astrology definitely is a clock. I mean, the moon would be the fast hand, the sun would be the long hand. You know, I don't know.
But who's it a clock to? Who's it a clock to?
I guess it would be us.
Is it a clock? It's not. It's more than a clock to us. We base our whole whatever on it. It's a clock to someone else, but it's like do you remember that movie Men in Black?
Yeah.
I think 2 or 3, where he goes to the locker and he opens up the locker and there's these little alien beings in there and they're all sitting there worshiping some picture, and like their whole world was in a locker and they had no idea. And you know, he opens up the locker. He's like, "Oh, thank you." What did he take out? A watch. Didn't he get a watch?
I thought you were gonna say that movie, Dark Crystal.
Well, that too. Like I was thinking about how the planets were doing that stuff, but I didn't watch that whole thing. But like, so that's what it is. Like we're just somebody's watch. And I'm mad about it.
Yeah, that's deep.
I said, and I'm mad about it. It's like, oh, that's why everything lines up, because it's a watch. Everything is like, it falls in order, but it's a 4D watch, so it would tell more than time. It's like this. This is,
and you can't change
us.
it either.
And we look into the screen, and now they have those phones that have the pop-up 3D if you get the app or the technology. So we're somebody's phone watch. Characters, whatever. On 4D and 5D. And we're sitting on here trying to figure out this stuff like we're some scientific geniuses. We're just somebody's phone.
Well, isn't that the same thing of how it ended, where they are showing the planet Earth, and then they rise back up out of it, and it's like two aliens playing marbles.
It's somebody's game, somebody's phone. We sitting over here thinking we deep. They're like, shut up, stupid marble. Shut up and play the game, twerk or something.
Wow.
That's what we are. We're their entertainment. Well, that's why I have to look good every day, because I'm gonna be the star at least. Come on.
I heard that.
So that's why I said the world is a stage. The world is a stage.
Very well could be. I mean, I don't have any disagreements with that. It's just making me think. That's why if I get quiet, I'm thinking. I know.
I'm like, I always think like this, and I'm like, then I start to get sad because, like, dang, I'm just somebody's watch, entertainment, phone, or am I dead? Am I alive? Am I AI? Am I what am I? Then I start to get sad about my existence, and then I say, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to know all of this. Let me go pretend to be, what I think I am.
That's like trying to remember what life was like before you were born.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, there's things in astrology you can peep about that. I haven't gotten into that though, but yeah.
I'm like, let me get back into character before I realize I'm just nothing. I'm gonna pretend I'm everything. Forget y'all. That's my attitude towards it. And then I think that's how, like, the leaders are selected.
How would they be selected then if they're part of the watch?
The ones who know and choose the character. Like, this is the watch, then I'm going to be the leader of the watch. Or I'm going to be the comedian of the watch, or I'm going to be the best dancer in the watch, or the phone, or, Michael Jackson. So it's kind of like you realize that your existence is meaningless. So you have to give yourself meaning, or else you just an extra.
Well, that's the key. That's the key.
Right.
And astrology can show that to people, but again, it's how you want to use that energy too.
Right.
Because if everybody just sits back and says, well, I can't do this, I can't do that, well, that's what's going to happen. And that kind of leads back into that stuff we've been talking about with the manifest. People have to see bigger picture. You have to see the big picture with just about anything. Even with trading, you have to see the bigger picture. You just can't dip in and dip out. You got to make sure you're getting in, and then you got to ride the big wave and make sure that the wave is even there.
And I'm like, let me just go back and pretend I forgot about that. Because, like, if you sit there and think about it, it's kind of sad. I'm like, I thought I was doing something, but I'm not. But let me pretend I am.
We all doing something. If it's what we really want to do and really want to focus on, and we put our energy into it, hey, we can make the damn thing happen. That's the way I see it.
All right, like how when Neo found the architect, he was like, "Why did you make this? Why you did this? Forget you, I'm the one. I'm finna go fly in my black suit. Bye." So, like, when he walked in that room,
like the Wizard of Oz, though.
Right?
That's kind of like how the Wizard of Oz ended.
I know. He walked in the room and he's like, that was right there when you find your purpose. That's when you find your purpose. When you realize this ain't nothing. You make it something. So, like, that was the aha wake up moment when, like, someone says the disappointment, right? Like, dang, there's nothing bigger, or this is it, or it's a game, or okay, well, I guess I better go fly around in the Matrix and fight some agents and look, put some sunglasses on so I could at least be the star of the game. So that's how I feel like, and that's, I think, when people realize that, because they keep searching for something, they keep searching, when they find that it's nothing but a game, then they can go create themselves, reborn. They will be reborn. And that's what it is. I think when the son defeats the father, there you go. The creator of the matrix. When you figure out that it's fake, then you go make your own world. And that's what it is. So that's why the architect looked like an old father, like Cronus. When Neo went and busted in that room with all them computer screens, he looked like an old man, which Saturn is an old man, which is the father. And so he goes in there and, he destroys it, and then he leaves. He says, why did you, what's the point? And that's when he goes out and continues and does his thing. So I think that's what this whole thing is about, like us realizing, and like she said, COVID, everyone's seeing together that this is fake. It's a simulation, like Kanye West said. It's a simulation, man.
And even being seen together is like a collective consciousness, not just seeing with your eyes, but maybe with your inner eye, the third eye,
right.
And waking up to some of this bull that's going on in society. And
that's why I don't pay attention to it, because it's not real. None of it's real.
Yeah.
I just laugh at it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I do too. I got rid of TV. I don't watch TV. I don't even have, I do. I have my old TV, but it's never been turned on in like 5 or 6 years. I need to throw it in the garbage or something, but I don't watch TV. I watch real people on the internet, and that's why I like live streaming. There's nothing live streaming is everything, because that person is live. It's a real person.
Right.
And
it's
they're
not
speaking
scripted.
Whatever it is they want to talk about. It's not programmed TV. Programming is, they've already decided what they're going to air. It's scripted, it's put together, and then it's pushed out there.
Right.
It's produced ahead of time.
That's true. And that's why I'm like, whatever, they color coordinated their ties today and their suits, and their names. It's like you start to roll your eyes when you decode and see everything, like, okay, whatever, this is fake. So I don't watch the news either unless I'm trying to laugh or decode something. But we have to give ourselves purpose. Like everybody's like, I don't know my purpose. What's the meaning of life? Make it up, maybe. Make it. Create a purpose. Whatever is in you to create, that's what you're going to do.
Exactly. And that goes even back to what I was talking about at the very beginning, just kind of loop it back around, is watch what you eat. Because, I can speak firsthand. Years ago, before I knew anything about nutrition or anything, I was eating fast. I'm talking about 20 years ago, but still, I was eating fast food and doing all that. And then it just dawned on me one day. I was like, I can't focus. I can't think, and that's what the food does. If you eat bad food, your mind will not be able to focus. You won't be able to sit still. You'll be up, you'll be down, you'll be, you can't sleep, you can't do this. You'll develop, diseases in your body. Once you start eating real food, you start to act like a real person, and your mind will be able to think much faster than what it did before.
True.
And like you said, you read 3 or 4 books at the same time. I do too. There's never a chance where I'm really reading one book.
You want to see this is funny, because like people would never expect, but I have like just books everywhere. You see my floors, just books everywhere. But I have like just
that's probably
this is what I carry to the car, and like I have a bunch of books in there. So when I get free time, like if I'm sitting in the car waiting, picking up kids or whatever, I'll be reading and taking notes, and I just take it everywhere I go. I don't sit on the phone and just do stuff. I take time to read in certain times, because I know there's no internet there. So I read my book, and then during that like 20 to 30 minutes, it's like I absorb so much, and just that little amount of time a day can lead you to like epiphanies, you know.
Yeah, and your mind can go to different places and come up with different ideas that, you know, maybe it's not even written in the book, but the book conjured up or sparked that idea that made you think about a unique idea, and then you can take the book further, you know, than what the book even went into.
Like,
you know, take ideas and it's sometimes even the books, when you read them, I don't know if it's happened to you, but it's like if you hadn't read book A, book C idea wouldn't have.
Right.
By the time you get to book C, you're like, whoa.
That's the whole thing.
Have a synergy of ideas. You know what I mean?
That's what it is, and that's why I said when people ask me where do I start, what books did you read? All of them. Just go read all of them.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Yeah, you don't
it doesn't matter
where to start. Just start reading.
Just read whatever, and you'll figure it out. Just start anywhere, and it'll work itself out. That's all. That's how it works. Because there's no correct order to go in. I mean, just read.
Exactly. But it's going to be hard for people to do that if they don't have the right diet, because you are what you eat. Your mind is connected to your stomach, you know, and that is true, because when you get hungry, you can't think, you know, and you get grumpy and you get mad at people and all that. So eat properly, you know, it will allow you to stabilize. It stabilizes your body and it stabilizes your mind, you know, and it gives you good health in the process. So that was one of the things I noticed. Once I started eating right, I mean, it was like you start seeing stuff like, what's the purpose of this? You know, and, you know, if people are in debt and stuff like that, you start to notice that stuff. You're like, what's going on? Where's my money going? You know, but if you're not eating properly, it's like, you know, you just get in this cycle and you're not even paying attention to anything. But when you come out of that, it's like, whoa, you know, I'm spending money on this, I'm spending money on that. What doesn't make any sense? And so it's very important. It's probably a key. And, you know, I know it was key for me because I don't have any debt. I'm out of debt, totally. I've been out of debt for years. And I can't, if you talk about freeing your mind, that's another element that can do it, is you don't want to have debt because it just weighs on your mind big time. But eat properly, you'll begin to see things differently, what's important, what's not important. And it just kind of works together for your benefit.
Okay. A Tiny Charm just, you know, posted a super chat, and she's asking, her birthday is June 17th, 12:15 p.m. Do you have any insight for her? She's asking. Like now he got to go look.
I don't know. I'd have to pull up her chart. I'm not like one of my associates. He can tell you what your rising sign is just by looking at that. I'd take a stab. You're probably you're either a Cancer sun or a.
Somebody said Google it.
Gemini. Yeah, you'd have to pull up the chart or whatever. That's the whole thing. I don't do natal charts. I don't do all that.
But
stuff.
sprinkle.
There are people too for that though. Yeah, sprinkle. I know people that can help you with that if you need a reading though, and they can help you with that. I can do them. I just don't. My day would be saturated doing that. People ask me all the time, and I'm the type of person though, I don't even like to use Google for the charts. I like to create my own charts. You know, I think that's what astrologers should do. I'm talking about from scratch. You know, I use my ephemeris and the date, time, and then you put the planets in, you do all that stuff. You have to calculate all that.
I think he was like reincarnated from like the old days or something.
What's that?
So you was probably reincarnated from the old days. Back from the old.
I'm old school with it. Yeah, I like to get my composition books out and I love a paper book in my hand and let me go to work, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel all astrologers should do that, because there's a lot of people out here today that say they're astrologers, but they can't do a chart from scratch.
I can't do a chart, period.
You know, but I mean, there's plenty of websites where you can plug that information in and you can get the chart, and, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but I know some astrologers, they just look it up online too. I don't have any astrology software either.
So you do it from scratch.
Yeah, I just don't. I trust myself, you know, because a lot of times when you have computer programs and stuff like that, I've seen errors in some of this stuff online.
So were you like real smart in school? Like in school, were you real smart? You make straight A's and stuff?
I don't know if I didn't see myself that way, but I know that I always had a mathematical mind.
Mm-hmm.
I always loved math. And yes, I am a private pilot. I said that earlier. I am a pilot. And
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. I am a private pilot. I studied aerospace. I think Billy Carson did too.
Okay, so like so like if we were like on one of those movies and we was like running and we came on to the airport, you could like steal a plane and we could get away, like on and that happens in every action movie. Somebody just happened to know how to fly. I guess that would be you, right?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
So at the end of the world, y'all get with a pilot.
School goes. I mean, I did the work, but you know, thinking back at school, I didn't really. It was like work, but it just was something that I had to do because, again, remember my mom, she was a school teacher.
Mm-hmm.
So she was a teacher at the same school I went to. So from kindergarten to 6th grade, she was in the same school. So I had to do the work. You know, she's popping in on me and make sure I'm not acting a fool, because I would always like to get up out of my seat and tell jokes and stuff. But but in high school, I really struggled with math because I had a bad teacher. Your teacher is everything. I mean, I really felt stupid in junior high when it came to that pre-algebra.
Me too.
And I mean, I used to tell my mom, I said, "Mom, I know I'm not this dumb." And I mean, I was a little kid crying. I said, "It's the teacher." I mean, she had to go to the schools. Like, she's like, "Why is my son getting D's and stuff?" And I mean, he was really bad because the next year, my dad, he was in the service, so we moved around a lot. And that gave me a benefit because I could take the class again in another school, you know, same course. And I had a different teacher, and I mean, I was straight A's. You know?
Oh, okay. That's
so
good.
Your teacher is everything.
It's true.
If you're going to have one.
True. So
that's why I say books are important.
Instruments. I'm just asking some questions from the chat. Sorry.
Playing instruments. I used to dabble with keyboard a little bit, but I don't really make music.
Okay.
I tried that a long time ago. I love DJs though. I like people that make music. I think they're awesome.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to get that question out because somebody kept asking. Go ahead.
I got a question for you though. How long have you been coding though? Were you always a coder, or when did that happen? When did the moment happen, or did you realize that, hey, I can code?
Let me think about that one. It's probably on my videos when I first started coding. I think it was.
Or were you always into the occult? I'll put it that way. Same thing.
Yeah, always since elementary school.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it was due to a paranormal experience, and no one could answer my question, so I did the research on my own. And like, I heard like, you know, some weird voice, and it did not sound like a voice. It sounded like knives, like, you know, silvery tongue, voicey, you know, I don't know. And It was the day after Halloween, so All Souls Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what in the world was that? And there was nothing there, but I was just hearing this weird voice. And I'm like, what the heck is that? And so I told my mom about it. And she said, oh, just pray to Jesus. You know, whatnot. I'm like, that ain't gonna work. So when I got back to school, I went to the library and I knew it was some kind of ghost demon or something because it was around Halloween. This is my thinking in the 5th grade. So I get a book on demonology, ghosts, and you know all that kind of stuff. They had these in the elementary schools back then. So I picked up that book and I found what I was looking for. There was this I don't know, it was called some type of demon or whatever, and its name, it was from like India or something, and it had like silver knives as teeth, and what it was described as is when it talks, it sounds like knives and silver clashing together. So I knew like right then that was like, okay, that was real. And so I was like hooked ever since. And that wasn't the first paranormal experience I had. That was the first paranormal experience I had and was smart enough to go look for a book. So that's how it kind of started for me. And ever since I had that book from the library, I was hooked on occult knowledge and all this type of stuff like that. And it was just very strange. I'll have to go revisit that particular being, like, and look it up because I've never researched it after that for some reason. Maybe now is the time. Maybe you asked me the question at the right time and now it's time for me to know because, you know, we're in a big clock.
Yeah. Well, you better than me. I don't like dealing with all that ghosts and stuff. And them horror movies. I don't do that stuff.
You said, what did they ask? They're asking me what the demon wanted. It won't nothing with me. It was saying I'm not going back. Okay, bye, Felicia. Don't go back then. Shoot. I'm not going back.
Somebody reaching out to you.
Good then. Be gone. Bye, Felicia. You know, I wouldn't go back either. That's why I was like, I need to figure this out. Because he said he ain't going back. I don't want to go back either. I'm going to have to actually look that up because now that you brought that memory back up, I had totally forgotten about it. And maybe I should look it up and see what it was.
We'd like to hear that.
I might do a video on that. But yeah, and then after that, I started getting into tarot cards and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it just led down to this until I got here.
Yeah, I do cartomancy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if people still call it that though. And I've dabbled a little with tarot, and it didn't do it for me though. Tarot doesn't. But yeah. I don't know.
That was my side hustle in the 6th grade.
Nope. Yeah, certain things speak to you certain times, but tarot doesn't really. I like it, but I don't. It's not my go-to first, you know, at all. But yeah, but that's the whole thing. I mean, when you're in the occult, you're in the occult, so you're gonna. For me, I just kind of dabble here and there with certain things at certain times. It's kind of like what I'm feeling. But astrology is always my love, and it helps open up things specifically, you know, so that I can say, okay, does this make sense or does it not make sense? You know, whereas tarot, I don't really get that from it, but you know, I'm not an ace with it either.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a little side hustle that I did in the 6th and 7th grade at lunch.
Yeah, women seem to be real good at tarot, though. Like, you don't see a lot of male tarot readers, but I don't know. Well, yeah, you do now that I think about it. I know some.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't used tarot cards in a long time, but they were I started to look at the symbols and the drawings on them and reading them that way, as well as the way that they taught to be read, and then you could see way more. So yeah, but you know, I don't want to stay on here because it's almost been 5 hours. I gotta go. But I mean, this was fun, and I'm glad that you finally called in. Because I know everybody was curious.
I was gonna call, and I said today, I said I'm just sitting here, I'm listening. I said let me go ahead and call in. I almost didn't get in though, but and I was a little afraid to follow up behind the dark energy call.
Why was you afraid?
I don't know what he's doing with that dark energy.
That's just dark cosmic.
Off on my call.
That's just the dark cosmic energy. The dark cosmic matter, the dark matter energy. It's not like dark was just like so fast that you can't see it moving, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It was fun calling in. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for opening up the line.
He said, "Oh, yep, bye."
I'm glad to have the conversation. And I'll probably call back in again if the lines are open. And to the chat room, stay cool.
Thank you.
Stay cosmic. Stay real.
Stay real as you can in the simulation.
Exactly. All right, Shira.
Bye.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks for calling.
All right.
Bye. Stay as real as you can in the simulation. And close some of these. All right, y'all. I gotta go because it's been like too long. So that was interesting. That was fun. Thank you for calling in. You want to watch this whole video again for real? Wow. Let me put some of these comments up. I love crypto now. He could call in more. I'm gonna read it in y'all's voice too. Like I know what y'all's voice sounds like. Let's see. So don't be scared. Let's see. Thank you, Sheer Star Goddess and the Cryptonomics. Appreciate the great information. Thank you, Soulby. Oh, thank you, love you too. Let's see what else y'all are saying. Yeah, I gotta get up in the morning. Thanks, Crypto. I don't even know his real name. Crypto. That's the nickname. Actually, I think I do know his real name. Now I think about it. Thank you. Y'all like that astrology stuff for real, I see. Maybe we'll have him on, talk about some more later. And y'all can ask questions and stuff. I could decode a lot of stuff. Let's see. Please do a video on scissor sounds. Okay, yeah. I'll research that tomorrow because I won't have anything to research. I've been looking for something new to get into, so that should be it. See who that is. I think I remember the name. Let me see if it comes up. Oh yeah, I found it. Okay, so this is who it was. Yes. I found him. This is weird. Okay, y'all ready to be scared? I'm gonna screen share it real quick. This is it. Do y'all recognize? Oh, hold on, let me take this off. This is the name right here. This is the name that I found. So it says, usually portrayed as monstrous with missing or excessive body parts, animal features, usual fangs, bulging eyes, and pot bellies. Sanskrit Bhuta means the Kala elements. Kala elements. They are everywhere, but their absence is felt mainly when the gods are distant or when human neglect or wrongdoing has alienated the divinity. I have to really read this. Considered as the angry form of divinities when they feel neglected or forgotten. They may also serve the gods and carry out their orders. They can also help humans to achieve important goals, and part of the Balinese magic is devoted to offering to Bhutakala. Okay. They are usually, they're considered as the intimidate because they are all that is injurious to humans, joy and comfort, physical and mental, natural and social, wars, epidemics, catastrophes, arguments, anger, confusion, greed, sadness, and other disturbances are signs of their presence. Yeah, you know what? The place that I saw this thing at or experienced this thing at was haunted. Like the house that I lived in, it was very disturbed and haunted. A lot of bad things happened at that house. And it's actually the house that I grew up in is actually about 5 miles from where I live right now. And we used to go in the backyard, and there would be arrowheads like from native, because we live on native land right here. When they were building the freeway and excavating, they found a Indio burial ground, which is like less than 2 miles from here, like 3 miles maybe. So we were probably living on some type of burial ground. And it was every time, like we lived in that house for like 4 years. And during the 4 years, so many bad things happened. Like I sprained my ankle. My brother broke his elbow and had to have pins in it. Just like attacks, like struck by lightning. And this is some strange, like just crazy stuff. Like I wasn't struck by lightning, but like my first stepdad was like shocked, electrocuted, like almost struck by lightning. Then we had a dog, and then we had a pet rabbit. The dog ate the rabbit. Just so much, right? Just so much. It was just a bunch of crazy stuff that happened. Like I saw lots of different entities in that house, not just one. Like I saw like about 4 or 5. And so I was living in a haunted house as a child, literally. And like every time I would walk up the stairs, I would feel a presence all the time. And I would just like, I would slow down on purpose, like, you ain't finna make me run, forget you. That was my attitude towards these energies in the house. So that's like, I was taking my power back. I'm like, I'm not scared of you. The only bad thing that ever happened to me was that I sprained my ankle, and it wasn't even at the house. It was, somewhere else. But bad stuff happened to a lot of other people in that house. But it was terrible. And then when we finally moved, I found like the house on the internet like years and years later, and I found the people that lived there, and I wrote and I said, "Is that house haunted?" They didn't write me back though. But that house is still there. My cats died there. Dog ate the rabbit. Struck by lightning. Not me, but my first stepdad. Like, just the mirror turned black one time. Like the whole mirror in the bathroom just turned black. And I was about, when that mirror turned black, I was about 4th or 5th grade. So I'm not a little child, in the 4th or 5th grade, you could work a whole iPhone and, whatever. So it was really weird. And it's like, that's why I was like, I got to figure out what's going on because my mama ain't helping me. She talk about Jesus and I'm like, no, books. So that's how I got into it, because nobody was helping me and I had to help myself. And I don't feel like I was in any danger. I just felt like I want to know what's happening. And so that's what led me into the occult, because Jesus was not going to be the answer to everything as far as questions were concerned. That's why I'm happy that I'm knowledgeable enough to kind of answer the questions my kids have, with their paranormal experience. And they could tell me without me, Jesus, like, I can't do that to my kids. You got to have answers for them, because if you don't, they'll go find them. And sometimes, kids are very vulnerable or, impressionable. So they may go into the wrong, with the wrong group of people who say that they'll teach them and end up taking advantage of them because you don't know anything to teach them. So be careful and give your kids knowledge, arm them with knowledge, or at least give them the sources, some books or something. Okay. All right. I'm not going to be on here all night, but I thought that was interesting. I'm going to go do more research on that particular one. And y'all can too if you want. This happened in the 80s, so. Right. So I don't know if my friend was telling the truth, because she be lying sometimes. My childhood friend, she said she looked up the house that I lived in after I had moved and stuff, because she's into this stuff too, because she used to spend the night over there all the time. She said she had some weird experience too. And so she said she looked up our house. She said somebody murdered their family in there. And I'm like, you lying. So I never confirmed that. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Amityville, right. Good night, all. I'm going to go research it, and then I'll probably come back and do a whole video on that topic. You said, look now. I'm too tired. I've been on here too long. And I won't be fresh, and I won't do my best. It's best to do it tomorrow. Okay. Y'all can look it up, though, and have fun. Good night, y'all. Can't wait. Okay. I'll try to do as much research as I can to get as much information so that it could be a good story time and research and all that kind of stuff. So I'll see y'all later. Thank you, everybody who donated. Thank you, everyone who stuck around for the whole thing. Dang. And thank you, Cryptonomics, for calling in. Thank you, everybody who called in. Thank you, Adrian, for calling in. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Good night. I'm going to exit out of here. Bye.